Wait a minute, wait.
Oh, you got to get back to your,
Test, test. There it is. Okay. The May 11th meeting of the Rent Control Board is called to order. Would the secretary please take roll?
Commissioner Flora,
Here.
Commissioner Foster,
here.
Commissioner Duran,
Here.
Commissioner Phyllis, and Commissioner Tarosis are absent. We do have a quorum.
Okay, the board will now adjourn and reconvene in closed session.
Sorry, what?
They turned the microphones up at the DCP meeting last night because it seems really loud. It does. You guys are really projecting. Yeah, what? They must have turned it up last night.
Well, I can turn it down.
DCP, they're having a serious meeting.
Yeah, it was, the master volume is way up. It's like almost to max.
Somebody must have complained about the level last night. And they're on their way and stuff in traffic. But we'll just go get a bite to eat.
Okay, yeah, great.
Just note when they arrive so that I can have anything. But we don't need to take anything except Stephen's memo, right?
What memo?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Nope, the next one.
Now the next one. I made that mistake, almost ended up on the roof one time.
I didn't have one.
That's not it.
I'm sorry, are we meeting in this room or our room?
Yep.
Okay.
It's more space.
Maybe it's.
There you go.
I mean, actually, I don't need it because I know.
I can't find your, I mean, I've already read it, Stephen. But I can't find the missing memo. Closing case memo? No, it's not.
It was in a separate.
Yeah, but I pulled it out. I mean, I kept all this stuff. That's all right. Oh, there it is. Did you get something to eat, Mom? You know where we are?
Probably as
Peaceful.
Mic check. On time. I guess. Checkers. Mayor. Person. Testing one. Yes.
First part just started.
1, 2. Assistant. Okay, I heard the talking was like, oh, hold on, am I late?
No, they had a closed session. so-
Start and then go to closed session.
Yeah.
All right, so you say about 9 o'clock? Clerk 1.
This could be a long one again tonight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, I don't, it's so bizarre. For years, it was rare we went past 9 o'clock. Now, this will be the fourth meeting in a row that we're gonna go late.
Oh, wow.
And it'll be, I mean, I suppose it could be 9 o'clock, but I really think it's gonna be between 10 and 10:30.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because they've got 3 big cases, and we're talking about our budget, and we're talking about
Yep.
general adjustment, and,
Oh, yeah, that's always forever.
yeah, so.
We'll see.
buildings to provide that calm and tranquility, that transitionary piece for the neighborhoods. And then we've also noticed the rise of some permitted uses over the years that have begun to detract from the pedestrian experience. And last night there was a lot of talk about banks, which is fortuitous for this evening because we actually have a clause in the DCP that limits the presence of banks in the downtown. So the 401 Broadway project wouldn't be able to happen again. Similarly, some concerns were raised about leasing galleries. We saw a lot of these pop up in the late 90s. And these are also heavily restricted to small storefronts or upper level uses. Trying to get this to go. On the other side of that, on the other side of restricting, is actually encouraging finer grain commercial retail to happen. The mom and pops, by removing some of the obstacles that typically get in the way, things like parking, things like CUPs, for example. So the downtown plan really takes a hard look at these and places them in locations where they're heavily desired and tries to remove the barriers in the best way that we can. We also have looked at the scale through our outreach and our surveys. We found that Santa Monicans, visitors, employees alike, all appreciate downtown for its local, small, and mid-sized tenant spaces, recognizing that there is a need for some larger stuff. But by and large, it's the small to medium that they like. So the land use regulations really look at the size and the scale of these tenant spaces and regulate them appropriately, either as a permitted use or as they tend to get larger and larger through a CUP, because that's something that we really want to take a harder look at in terms of its traffic impacts, its impacts on the pedestrian experience. And for the auto dealers in the room, perhaps an oversight of the 2017 release, and we will seek to clarify it here, is that the zoning ordinance should be the governing document when it comes to the format of the auto dealers in the downtown. And the standards that apply through the DCP are really related to height and FAR. So a lot of the rhythmic, pedestrian and active-oriented features of the downtown plan would not apply to this particular use. Now let's get a little bit into the standards. Those are the regulations, and I'm sure we'll come back to those and talk about them in some detail. But just getting back to the form that contains the activity, one of the main intentions of the plan is to create a very strong street wall, street by street, as a way to frame the public realm. So beginning around 39 feet, it's about 3 stories, district-wide, and in some places it's a higher, like in the transit-adjacent district. Our street walls are at 60 feet. We've established new ground floor heights that are different than what the Luce had proposed for the downtown, and in fact what previous versions of the downtown community plan had proposed. We are coming in at a lower minimum height and providing flexibility for folks to go a tiny bit lower, or in some cases a lot higher, depending on the need. To this, we've also added these active and pedestrian-oriented standards that I've talked about. They relate to new construction as well as existing buildings, so that we can facilitate changes of use without penalizing those operators. And we're going to go into them right now. So on the ground floor height, the Luce and the original downtown community plan asked for an 18-foot minimum ground floor height, which was really a regionally scaled floor-to-floor height that began to cause all sorts of issues within the built environment. And we did a fairly comprehensive study of ground floor heights in the downtown, and in consultation with our local architects, had a really rich discussion about the needs of businesses from the nail salons all the way up to the grocery stores. So the new version establishes an 11-foot minimum and a 16-foot maximum, except for on the promenade where these standards do not apply. There is a modification process that allows folks to ask for 10-foot minimums up to a 20-foot maximum, which is our understanding that should be sufficient to cover even the largest retail uses. Here's what an 11-foot looks like versus that 16. And at 11 feet to about 14 feet is really a sweet spot where Changes of use are well accommodated. There are a lot of extra headroom for the patrons. It seems to be a pretty comfy height within our downtown. And we also promote a rhythm of building elements through our active and pedestrian-oriented standards. You'll see in this picture, this is the building on 5th and Santa Monica where Sea Salt is, the former Giraffe Restaurant. This is a building built in 1924. We use this as an example quite often, but one of the interesting things about it is it has a very steady rhythm of commercial bays. You can see here is just this very rigid but comfortable distance between storefronts, about 3 or 4 seconds as you walk down the street. That's coupled with a nice entryway sequence that's predictable, transparency that lets you look into the building, and really starts to reduce the amount of blank walls that can be real sidewalk killers in the downtown. You see it replicated again in a 1928 building. This is the clock tower. Much narrower frame here, but again, that rhythm that people love walking past downtown. Other elements of our standards require transparency for access into storefronts. We're asking for clear, transparent glass here, not mirrored or reflective. In those areas where we talk about mid-block residential, we want to ensure that access is taken from the street and that access does not detract from the sidewalk experience. So there's guidance within the downtown plan about that. Questions? Now let's move to the upper levels. This is where the real action happens and why many folks are in the room tonight. The old standards that we had in the downtown were also called overly prescriptive. And they were a series of formulas that produced wedding cake buildings in many areas of the downtown. And those were not terrible standards. They produced some decent buildings, some decent living spaces. But over time, and through careful observation, we began to see that a lot of these indentations and setbacks were then adorned with railings and bicycles and chairs and tables and plants. And before long, these spaces began to look a little bit cluttered. And the projects themselves began with the formula and ended with the formula. What we'd like to do is change the script on this and really begin with the idea. Someone in this room designed this project, and we think it's a great project. And I'm pretty sure he started with a vision rather than with a formula and designed the building to the vision. So the standards that are contained in the new downtown plan break away from the old wedding cake formulas of the past. They provide flexibility to modulate the building across a variety of different planes, different styles. And we regulate 3 sides, the street-facing frontage and the 2 side yards. And this is done to provide access to light and air from the street and from the interior. But there are some things that we must hold firm on. I'll get into the flexible stuff in a second, but I think it is worth going over this notion of setbacks again. We talked about it at length last night, because the setbacks are established by something called the building frontage line. And the frontage line is a unit of measurement that is measured from the curb face to a new line that is set back from the property line. This is the frontage line. And we require that 70% of the building be on this frontage line, which means that 30% will be set back even further. These standards are intended to break up more of the mass, to provide more of that Jennifer Kennedy pedestrian thoroughfare at the sidewalk. They're coupled with open space requirements and transitions to residential in addition to the modulation standards. So we are beginning to reshape the downtown in a way that we hope is viewed as positive. While those standards are fairly concrete, there is a built-in flexibility to the modulation, that we have alternative compliance standards, alternative ways of thinking about modulation that would require Planning Commission review but are completely doable with a skilled architect. And here's a list of some of the modifications that are considered. These are not the modulation standards, but some of the standards that are considered. The ground floor height I went over, certain parking and loading considerations, and the commercial depths of those bays. So moving into the standards, there are 3 of them in the entire plan. And we start with our 50 and 60 foot districts. So this is every district except for the transit adjacent district. And what we propose is a 2 set of standards that modulate the buildings 3 feet back. So the first set begins above the ground floor and goes up to 39 feet. Remember, 39 feet is our street wall. That's our third story, third or fourth story. 15% of that facade between the ground floor and 39 feet needs to be stepped back 15 feet. Above the street wall, we're asking for a 35% step back of 3 feet. In the plan, we showed this diagram. And just to show some variety, not to be obtuse about it, but just to show that there are many different ways to configure these percentages. Here's another look at it. Now, we're not architects, we're not designers, but we can play with SketchUp, and this didn't take too long to do, and I'm sure somebody with a lot more time and a paid client could come up with something truly spectacular. In the 84-foot districts, again, the street wall is 60 feet, so now we're at 5 stories. We have the same 15%, 35% rule between the ground floor and the top of the street wall, and then from the street wall up to the roof. Again, 3 feet. That may be enough to some, maybe too much, maybe not enough. I think we'll have a discussion about it in a little bit. Here's another way of looking at that. And lastly, we regulate the side yard, both side yards. And I know we received at least one critique of this about the infill condition of the downtown. Why would we require interior facades in a mostly built-out condition? But the truth is that there's a lot of variety of buildings in the downtown. Smart architects have said that there's many 1-, 2-, and 3-story buildings in an environment that we're advocating to be 5. So we think there's a lot of value in working this way to provide those folks that live on the inside of these buildings with access to the outside, visually anyway. And here we're asking for 5 feet on either side. This is a 15% calculation of the side yard facade on both sides. The last standard that we have is really kind of a special one, so I wouldn't count it among the 3. This is for extra large projects, so projects that are 3 lots or larger. Currently, the standard is written that if your parcel length in any dimension is longer than 150 feet, it requires a break of 10 feet wide by 5 feet deep. And here is that break, that's that 10 foot you see on the screen, accompanied by the typical modulation standards for a 60-foot district. Here's another way of looking at that. Now, when we were doing this in the model environment earlier today, we noticed that 10-foot was really only about 6.7% of the facade area. I'm sorry, here's yet another way of looking at meeting the modulation requirements through the alternative compliance. So this is now the 25% of the whole rather than the 15 and the 35, if that follows. So again, we were looking at this maximum unbroken primary facade length and noticed that it was just about 6.7%. And we started to play around with that. What if we instead converted that to 10% rather than 10 feet, using 10% of the distance of the building? And what if we did 15? Let's look at that as a 200-foot long building. Now we're in a 4-lot condition, right? At 10 feet, we're only at 5%. If we convert it to a percentage, as the building grows, so does the notch, which we think is something that we should all talk about. And you can see we're at 15%. It begins to really provide a view to the interior, something that we saw in the Sway project, where it really opens up the building to the outside, lets the inside out, the outside in, and we love to talk about it tonight. The last piece is something that I think we're all familiar with. This is the only area where we carried over some of the traditional angle-based standards. This is the tradition to the residential. So this would be true for the rear of Lincoln Boulevard, adjacent to the Mid-City neighborhood, and on Wilshire, adjacent to the Wilmot neighborhood. And here we're asking for a 45-degree angle, 30 feet up from the ground level to ensure that those residential buildings at the rear have access to light and aren't overshadowed by the project. And the last thing to touch on with respect to neighborhood sensitivities is that we also noted, as we were studying the differences and the similarities between Lincoln and Wilshire, is that we had overlooked carrying over our commercial residential differentiation. As on Lincoln Boulevard on the east side, on both sides actually, we provide housing with a 10-foot incentive over commercial. So we'd like to do that on Wilshire as well. So the commercial projects on the Wilshire transition, the residential projects at Wilshire Transition can achieve 50 feet in height, but the commercial projects can achieve only 40. And the questions for the Planning Commission there. The last category of thought before we move into public comment and Planning Commission deliberations is surrounding open space requirements. We talked about these last night. I only have 2 slides here to touch on, and this is just a little bit of detail about how they work. Basically, in the plan requirements, there are 3 different levels of requirements. The first is for single lots that are 50 feet or less. There is actually no requirement for open space for those lots. We know they're hard to develop. A lot of them have existing buildings on them that could enjoy some change of use, repurposing, so we don't want to burden them with open space requirements. However, on our typical project sites of 50 to 150 feet, the open space requirement kicks in, and that would be 20% of the lot area, with 10% required to be located either at the ground floor or on the podium levels, and the other 10% to be distributed throughout the building, however the designer saw fit. We have spent a lot of time thinking about the requirement for these spaces to be at ground floor, but given the thought that's gone into defending the street wall and creating a legible pedestrian experience, we actually think that unless it's really well designed, that these spaces should move up. For the large projects, like the ones that we modeled with the large notches, that requirement goes up to 25% of the total land area, with half of it again being required to be either at the ground floor or at the podium level. And in these projects, the super large projects, there actually may be some value to having them at the ground floor, particularly if they're development agreement sites where we can guarantee public access. The last thing I'll say is that for the unregulated portion, the 50% of the requirement, we'd be happy to see congregate gathering spaces, private balconies, central courtyards, things that bring friends and neighbors together within their project site to take advantage of the spectacular weather that we enjoy in downtown Santa Monica. I believe that closes the standards chapter. I hope you didn't find that too onerous, and hope you don't find the standards too onerous as well. I will pass it back to the chair to begin the discussion and take public comment.
Thanks, Peter. Can everyone hear me? This sounds so quiet. Okay. Thank you for those of you who are nodding. Okay. I'll just use my voice. Well, I don't know if it was up. Yeah. So we're going to move right into the public comment period. the handful of maybe 20 chits. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. We don't have our regular buzzer system, so I'll be looking to Jing to signal me, and then I will kindly stop you. So just be considerate of the fact that we don't have our regular technology with us this evening. Speakers will be over here where Peter was making his presentation. I guess same policy as always. I'll read out 3 names, and if you could line up over on your left, that would be helpful. So our first speaker will be Chris Harding. Maybe it's just about me being closer. Followed by Jackson McNeil and Ian Gubbins. Owen Gubbins, thank you.
Thank you. I don't recall being first before. Chris Harding of Harding Larmore speaking on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce this evening. I'm going to focus my comments on the development standards. Last night I listened to your discussion, and I thought it was helpful to recognize that the development standards really need to be reviewed in the context of both development process and community benefits, but I will stick to development standards this evening. We passed out a chart that I put together today that shows the proposed development standards in comparison to the Chamber recommendations and some background information about prior standards in the Luce and the Bayside District Specific Plan, and I think it will show you the contrast between what we recommend and what the draft plan shows. And I think it also shows that this plan indeed would constitute a substantial downzoning of the downtown. I want to focus on some examples that I think illustrate our concerns. If you look at the second page of my handout, there's a page from the Luce, page 13. It shows the building at 710 Wilshire, and it talks about the powerful incentives for building preservation. The irony of that is that under the draft plan, that project would not happen. The most powerful incentive that worked for that project, and it was essential for the projects as we worked on it, was the 84-foot height limit. Your draft plan would impose a 60-foot height limit. Had that requirement been in place at the time, that project would not happen. The $10+ million being invested in the existing building to seismically reinforce it would not have occurred. Second example, in the Wilshire transition, an area that's being substantially downzoned, and I believe the property owner will speak tonight about this, but I want to just reference it. 201 Wilshire, corner of 2nd and Wilshire, northeast corner. Your plan contemplates that site remaining the same for the next 15 or 20 years. That's a missed opportunity. That site has enormous potential, and yet it's being substantially downzoned, and I suggest that if it is downzoned, the staff will be correct. It'll be the same in 15 or 20 years. And to talk a little further east, I think you'll see the consequences of downzoning Wilshire Boulevard. We have seen a stoppage of housing activity on Wilshire since we removed Tier 3 on Wilshire. What we're seeing is the reuse or the replacement of existing commercial buildings. It's the phenomenon that David Hibbert made reference to last night. Also, in looking at the chart this afternoon, I think there's a lack of correlation between height and density. I think in a number of respects, you cannot achieve the maximum FARs, and since the 0.5 additionals for housing, I think that is especially prejudicial to housing. I'd point out that on the neighborhood village, 60 feet in height with a 3.25 FAR, I don't think any of the architects in the room will tell you they could actually achieve that. Or in the 2nd and 4th Street, 60 feet, 3.5 FAR again. I don't think that's achievable.
That's your 3 minutes, Chris. Thank you.
I think I have one more minute donated, but
Okay.
is that okay?
Is that the case?
Jackson, our associate back here.
You got it. Thanks.
And I don't think I'll use the whole minute. I would also point out to you that I think the plan is lacking in incentives for affordable housing. The chair of Community Corporation, or excuse me, the executive director of Community Corporation spoke last night about that. One thing she didn't mention, and we have had in place in the past, are height and density bonuses. There is not a height or density bonus in the plan for 100% affordable housing projects. I think that's a mistake, and it's something that should be addressed. I don't have the information with me tonight, but I can provide it, showing that in the past we have given a 10-foot height bonus for affordable housing, and I believe also FAR bonuses, something I think you should consider, especially in the context of the downzoning that's happened. So the bottom line is the Chamber is overall concerned that the draft plan will not achieve the Luce's vision for the downtown, will not achieve its own vision for the downtown, and will stagnate downtown. Thank you.
Thank you,
I've got
Chris.
a question.
Oh, Commissioner McKinnon. Hello, way down there.
Hello. Okay. So, Mr. Harding, is it really a problem if some of the buildings? Well, yeah, I'm done.
No, I know.
everything you've
Just,
told me.
I think speak right into the microphone. That's the trick.
Okay. So, Mr. Harding, is it really a problem if some of the buildings are just reused rather than redeveloped?
It's a problem if that's the rule, not the exception. When you're talking about strip commercial projects, those are the sites which, in my opinion, have the best opportunities for providing housing in mixed-use settings. And, for example, on Wilshire, there was a project pending at Berkeley and Wilshire. I'm not defending the particular design involved, but that project went away. In its place, we're getting a reoccupied building, I understand. Jerry's Liquor, another example. Those are missed opportunities, and I think that is a shame that we are not getting housing on those sites. And I think that's also true about 4th and Broadway in the downtown. And it concerns me that we will have property owners making rational economic decisions which don't match the priorities of the Luce.
But I think we were trying to get to this last night, and my question to Mr. Hibbard was, given the hotness of the market for some of the uses that we see in the downtown already, and given how difficult it is to get a return on housing, what would we have to do to make housing incentivized over the hotness of the market for the existing uses?
I think it's a package of realistic development standards. It's procedures that are streamlined, especially for housing in comparison to other uses, much more so than in the draft plan. There are some incentives in the draft plan, but we don't think they go nearly far enough. And then more realistic community benefit requirements. We are planning on providing you with a matrix of concrete proposals next week in response to your question last night.
Well, I think you need to, because at the moment all the Chamber of Commerce has got is a wish list here of what used to be. And I think the community has indicated that they would like something different. And so to come in and say, this is what we want, doesn't exactly work. And in trying to pin down exactly how we change this plan to incentivize housing, I haven't yet heard concrete examples that work within the context of the changed circumstances in the city. And so that's what I keep putting to you and your representatives.
We don't agree with you about your assessment of the community. I heard sometime last November that the community was going to overwhelmingly adopt Measure LV, for example. That didn't happen. So I think assessments of community sentiment are hard to do, but when we had an election in November that directly addressed that issue, the result was overwhelmingly a rejection of those who often come before your commission and speak for the entire community.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to your standards, I guess, your proposed changes.
Thank you.
Chair Anderson? Sorry.
Chris,
Yes.
sorry. Sorry, this is hard.
I just wanted to
Commissioner Perry, thanks.
I wanted to ask if you or the architects in the room could provide some information that would demonstrate that the FAR was not achievable under the heights and the other development standards to staff and the commission. I'd appreciate that.
We will ask our architect friends in the audience to do that. Thank you.
Okay, Owen Gubbins. Owen, thank you for writing your pronunciation. Jason Horn, to be followed by Bill Whitney.
Good evening, Commissioners. Owen Gubbins, Harding, Larmore, Kutcher, and Kozel. I'm going to be very brief tonight, as Peter referenced in his presentation that the urban auto dealership format standards contained in the zoning ordinance will in fact apply to existing auto dealerships in the downtown. So obviously we're supportive of that change and we look forward to reviewing the language. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Horn.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jason Horn. My family has been the majority owners of a property at 2nd and Wilshire, 201 Wilshire Boulevard for the past 25 years. And I just wanted to make a couple comments on the downtown plan. First is that the downtown plan to me doesn't seem to recognize Wilshire Boulevard the way the Luce has, which was as a major regional transportation corridor where high-density development ought to take place. And my second point is that in the Luce, 201 Wilshire Boulevard fell into the downtown core, but in the downtown plan, it falls into the Wilshire Transition District, which is definitely different. And it also leads me to my third point, which is that a transition district makes a lot of sense. I get the idea, but it doesn't make sense in this case because it's a building that's not near residential. It's surrounded by the Huntley. It sort of protects Huntley protects it from all the residential, and it's got a 13-story office building on one side and the Fairmont on the other side. So it just kind of doesn't fit in the Wilshire as a transition parcel. So I'm just requesting inclusion of 201 Wilshire Boulevard in the Bayside Conservation District. Thank you.
Any questions? I have a question.
Yes.
I'm just curious about, there's been a lot of focus about the redevelopment opportunities about your parcel and communication that we've gotten from attorneys and whatnot. I guess, why hasn't this parcel turned over in the past, perhaps when the zoning standards were more favorable?
It's kind of been, as owners, we're not very aggressive trying to maximize everything. As a matter of fact, we don't even have a development plan in place. It's just that the downtown plan will restrict us should anything come about. And so it really has to do with just making sure that the parcel has the right use and the maximum use not only for us but for the community. So we just haven't done it. Hasn't been any need just yet.
Understand.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay. Bill Whitney, to be followed by Hank Koenig and Michael Falonis. Great. Thank you. Okay, Hank.
Hello, Hank Koenig. I'm one of the local architects. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. It's good to see the downtown community plan moving forward, and there's a lot to like about the plan. I see a lot of improvement from the previous draft. However, rather than rush into adopting the DCP, I ask you to please carefully consider all aspects of the plan because it will be in place for the next 20 or so years. I emailed you some comments concerning the following. A, the need to improve the jobs housing balance in Santa Monica and create a more sustainable city. And the 2010 Luce preserved the residential districts in the city and saw new housing development along the commercial boulevards and in the downtown. And reducing FAR and height and the housing bonus in some of the districts in downtown is contrary to those goals. I also sent you some information concerning the costs of development, of mixed-use development in an area like Santa Monica, so that you can review that and confirm the feasibility analysis that was done that's led to a suggestion to increase fees in Tier 2 projects. And I think some of those costs that were associated with that may be appropriate in other cities, maybe Bakersfield or somewhere, but not Santa Monica. I also sent you some comments concerning the standards and regulations chapter in the DCP. It's most important that these be carefully considered to make sure the language actually reflects the design intent. And currently, planning staff and ourselves are grappling with requirements in the new zoning ordinance. Language there that sometimes simply does not work, and we're then forced into having to apply for a variance. So let's avoid that in this document. Make sure it's carefully studied and reviewed. And I made some comments to the design guidelines. They're a little rushed. Maybe one glass of wine too many. Apologise for that. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
I think I have a question. Can you just give us a quick lesson in construction types and costs as we grapple with the idea of height, right? My sense is that sometimes, even though the current Bayside District Plan allows for 84 feet, we don't often see 84 feet. And is that because of changes in the cost of construction?
So no, so 84 feet is allowed to be built in wood construction, but it's really the number of stories that are limited. So traditionally the way people built was they did 1 story of concrete, and they could build 4 stories in what they call type 5 construction, or 5 stories in type 3. Type 3 is more expensive. The project we're doing at 500 Broadway has 6 stories above. Now we're using a steel frame construction for that, and that's much more expensive. The advantage it has for us is that we have all that rooftop amenity space that you wouldn't be able to do in the stick-built construction. The building code recently changed to allow 2 stories of concrete below, and so people could utilize that, and we're doing that in a project in Hollywood. But it's very complicated transitioning from the wood structure to the concrete. It becomes difficult and complicated, and again, rather expensive. We are a little different to other cities because once you go over 55 feet for an occupied floor, and that would include a roof, you're a high-rise construction. In other cities, generally it's 75 feet, right? So, so that adds another complication in terms of, can we use the rooftop, how high we can go before we trigger the high-rise requirements. So that adds more cost to a project. I don't know if that was reflected in the feasibility analyses. And we did a study on the parking areas, and we did one project that did have 295 square feet per parking stall, but that had tandem stalls. And you can't do that for residential in Santa Monica. So that's why I say let's just carefully consider those things, because that can have a big impact in housing production.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was a long answer.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi has a follow-up.
Hey, could you speak to the first floor height? We have some variation here.
So we're doing the project 500 Broadway, which is a larger retailer, and looking at doing a grocery store. That's an important part of the project in our mind, and Planning Commission's mind, City Council. So it varies with the type of grocery store. So like Trader Joe's requires 12-foot minimum clear ceiling height. So if you go to the one on Pico, they have that. But what you have to remember, that's a single-story building, and all the ducts are running across the roof. So you can't do that in a mixed use with housing above. So you need about 4 feet for your structure and your pipes. But if you're doing a Whole Foods or something like that, they want 18 feet clear height. So you can't do that in the 16-foot height limitation in there. The other thing that I think needs to be very clear is, how do you measure that? So 500 Broadway, everybody thinks is a flat site, but there's 4 feet of slope.
Right.
So where are we measuring from becomes an important thing.
Maybe I'll rephrase my question. Do you think we need standards defining the height, maximum or minimum, of the first floor, or is that something that can be developed
Well,
without adverse effect? In other words, depends on the project, and you just work.
Maybe not. The building there on Broadway, across where Tom Main used to have his office, has a very low floor-to-floor. It's not great, though. It doesn't give a great street presence, but that's not in the downtown, of course. I know a lot of cities that do have a regulation for the minimum height. What we want to avoid, in my opinion, is the type of retail that's set down below grade and you have steps going down, and then they invariably have a ramp, and then the ramp's never used, and so they put things on it, and then you don't have handicap access, and I think that's terrible. But sites do slope, so sometimes people are forced into that. So I think 11 feet would be absolute minimum that you could actually do a reasonable commercial space. So I'm comfortable with that.
What about the maximum?
The maximum I have a concern with, because
Okay,
Especially if you're going to have a 16-foot maximum, then on the alley side say I need 17-foot clear in that 2-foot setback, which again I don't understand, because you drive down the freeway and you see overhead bridges that say 14-foot 6 clearance, and the loading zone requirement's only 14 feet. So why do we need 17 for that setback in an alley? Does not compute in my mind. So these are the sort of, they're not big 10,000-foot items here, but they are things that can affect production of housing.
Okay. Let me ask you, you saw the step back requirements at different percentages in the previous presentation, and there was one that was nominally 3 feet, and there was one, for 60-foot buildings, and one that was 5 feet. Any thoughts on that?
I think it's a big improvement of what we had before. I wouldn't be inclined to design that way personally. I'd like to see more images of the options that are available. They tend to be sort of rather the same. So it'd be great to have a bunch of people putting forward ideas about, does this work or not? Is that the intent that you guys wanted? And I threw a few in my commentary just to test. Does that meet the intent of what's written down? It looks completely different to the images that were shown.
Yeah.
But it may be okay.
Well, my question is driving to, the way the images were constructed. And again, there's a lot of variation. We're basically percentages, and some things were percentages, some things were fixed numbers. And the question is that the right approach? And second of all, are those the right ratios?
Right. That I don't know. And I don't know if you can legislate that finally. I mean, you could do a really great job with that. And an example that I know we threw out was the building that the Gap was in, and it just has the setback windows, and that has a nice relief to it. And does that meet what the language says in there? I certainly hope so. I got excited. I don't like courtyard, the donut buildings, but when it had the one that had the setback pushing through the courtyard, like at the Sway building, I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. Because people can get access to light and air.
One more question, Commissioner Fresca.
I just wanted to ask, based on the questions Mario was asking about the 16-foot maximum, do you feel that you have enough relief when you can get a 2-foot modulation higher minor mod and a 4-foot major mod to get up to 20 feet? Is that enough?
You can do that, but developers get very frightened about mods and major mods, minor mods. They don't like doing it. They see it as an opportunity for, people say, well, they're asking for something special. There must be something wrong with the design, and they're trying to get away with something, and the Planning Commission's giving the developers something. They don't like doing that. They get very nervous about it, and also they don't like having to pay all the fees associated with that, and it's just going to jack up the cost of the project and cost of housing.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Wait.
Somebody left their glasses here. Okay. Okay.
Looks like Commissioner McKinnon has a question here.
Sorry.
Mr. Koenig, I got the feeling that you don't think the standards or the guidelines should be in this plan. Is that correct?
Well, the guidelines, it's a little bit nebulous. It's a guide for people to do that. So I think we have to be careful of how those are applied and used, because sometimes guidelines can become mandates. So I think we have to be careful. I see a wonderful picture book of site furnishings, and I'm like, well, okay, that's interesting, but how will that actually get used? Okay, I got a water fountain. Do I have to use that type of water fountain? Is that what it's suggesting? I kind of don't understand it. So I think I know some architects just take what's the guideline and just adopt that because that seems the easy path. And I'd rather them start with a vision and, as was mentioned. So the standards, yeah, absolutely, you need some standards. They just need to be articulated clearly so that we know that the language is what the intent is.
You made some comment about the feasibility not being the same. Bakersfield, applying to Bakersfield or something. What was that? What did you mean by that?
Well, Their parking, we do projects in other jurisdictions, and the process is easier. That the parking standards are more relaxed. You can do tandem parking. Certainly, the process is easier in
So
here.
you mean the process was easier, and you mean the parking is different?
Those, yes, right. You don't. I mean, when we talk about doing step backs and stuff like that, that adds money to a project. I mean, structure likes to be vertical and go straight down. So when we look at the construction cost of a project, it'd be more expensive here because you're doing that stuff. Now, that may be a good thing, but we just need to be aware that actually costs more. And when you do a feasibility analysis that, well, we can afford to increase the fees that people pay 22%, you have to base it on what the actual cost of construction here is, okay? So it applies to a lot of factors. It can be professional fees, the cost of parking, and we're a tight urban environment, right? So for even construction, when people do construction, just the cost of parking for the contractor is quite enormous.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michael Filonis, to be followed by Carl Hansen and Brian Duro.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. I have a number of concerns regarding the downtown community plan. Before I do, I'd like to recognize the well-intended and hard work the planning staff has put into this document. The document, as you know, is more than 350 pages, so I will only be able to focus on a couple of areas. I'm concerned with the level of detail and regulations pertaining to architectural design in the form of standards versus guidelines. There are two specific standards regarding building modulation. One requires side yards to have setbacks, while the other requires the street facade to be modulated. The side yard standard is particularly troubling as it requires a setback which could lead to a Type 5 rated building, which you heard Mr. Koning talk about the cost of Type 5, versus a Type 3 rated building because of fire codes, and increase the construction cost by as much as 15%. Some say 20%. At some point, I would like to try and understand the intent in the following statement, because I don't believe the language in the document will lead to a great architectural solution, but could be achieved in another way. On page 186C, Building Modulation Standards, this section begins with the statement, I quote, "In order to modulate building mass, new buildings or additions to existing buildings shall be designed in 3 dimensions on the front and sides to ensure light and air into buildings and down to the street." Is that statement intended actually to achieve through various requirements of the section? The building front line is defined as a line on the parcel that extends the maximum allowable height of the building, parallel to the street frontage, where the required building setback is established between a building frontage and street curb face. Page 202, 9.10.13.b, Downtown Community Plan definition in general terms. This definition is confusing and seems to contradict other references to the building frontage elsewhere in the DCP. I'd be happy to at a later date provide you with specifics, but I don't have the time this evening. Is the building frontage line meant to apply to the entire height of the building or just to the ground floor pedestrian level portion of the building? I don't know. What about a building that has a street frontage of 150 feet and a depth of 50 feet? The building frontage setback will produce the entire building square footage on that size lot to be reduced by 20%. It's my opinion good design is the result of extensive analysis and testing sound design ideas and solutions of site, context, solar orientation, climatological conditions, the project program, livability, and codes. Please don't give up your desire to demand and approve exceptional architecture by including stagnant rules and regulations on architecture and building form in the DCP, which will tie the hands of architects attempting to design forward-thinking buildings which represent our society and the culture in the 21st century.
Thank you.
So, Chair?
Oh, Commissioner McKinnon has a question.
So, Mr. Falonis, you've outlined the problem. What's the solution?
Well, if a solution is not to write a code and then ask me at the evening that I've just 2 or 3 days after I've read it, what's the solution? It has to be tested. I don't know that any of these things have been tested. Now, we've taken 2 projects in our office, 2 current projects in our office, and we've looked at this side yard modulation, and it completely destroys the integrity of what we were trying to accomplish in that particular project, because we are jammed between 2 very tall buildings, not quite as tall as ours, but it's a 60-foot tall building and not quite as tall as ours, but the modulation then occurs down below, and those buildings are flat facades that come to the property line.
So you've highlighted 2 issues. Are there more that you didn't have time to get to?
I don't know how many issues there are, because we haven't had time to really model them and look at them in a more careful setting.
So it could be a more extensive...
There could be a lot more. I just don't know, and there may not be any more.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi has a question.
Let me ask you essentially the same question that I asked Hank. In your experience, the first floor height, maximum, minimum, desirable, undesirable, any thoughts on that?
I would concur with Mr. Koenig that when you get into certain building types, when you get into certain programmatic types, in other words, grocery stores, they're not going to be able to make an 11-foot height ceiling work, nor will they probably be able to make a 16-foot height ceiling work because of the mechanical structure and all the other things that are involved in that. Restaurants are another whole source of issues in relationship to building heights. So, you know, even if you took an 11-foot high ceiling and you put mechanical into that space, fire sprinkler systems, all the other things that you need in those buildings, it changes the building. It changes the floor to ceiling height dramatically.
Yeah.
You no longer end up with an 11-foot ceiling.
Yeah, the 11 was the minimum, not the maximum.
I understand.
Yeah. And so
that may not even be high enough, tall enough.
Okay, thank you. And any thoughts about the modulation of the front as percent? I know it's sort of the same question you got from.
Yeah, I think that if we move some of those things from standards to guidelines and allow the Architectural Review Board to really do the job that they do, and I could state a couple of examples where they've done, where they have done that, where they have refused to allow a building to go forward because it was poorly designed. If they can continue to do that, I would feel very comfortable in relying on them to take a look at the modulation of the front facade of a building. The building we're doing at 1415 Fifth Street, we couldn't do that today.
Okay.
The building that we did at 401 Broadway, 53 units, that's now a bank, we couldn't do that today.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Okay, Carl Hansen to be followed by Brian Darrow.
Good evening and hello again. Glad we get tomorrow off. I'm Carl Hansen, Director of Government Affairs for the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. Wanted to make some comments on the height issue tonight. You, I think, have the handout that Chris provided with the Chamber's recommendations on height and FAR. In my opinion, you know, those are very moderate requests that essentially hold the line of previous zoning. As has been said at the last few planning commissions meetings by multiple speakers, you know, we're in the midst of a housing crisis, and I think it's incredibly irresponsible to be talking about downzoning now. You know, any new unit that's not built is one less person or family that doesn't have access to the city of Santa Monica, and I think instead of concerning ourselves with height as some sort of evil, we have to look at it as an opportunity and talk about how to design it right so that, you know, those in the community that have had adverse reactions to certain buildings in the past, I think would support well-designed buildings in the downtown. When I think about great cities that I've enjoyed, they're generally in places like Paris or London, where you have 6, 7-story, largely downtown with a few iconic buildings interspersed in between. I mean, that's really beautiful. That works, and we have to think about how we want to grow. We're not going to keep sprawling out. We have to, go up, and we're not talking about a lot here. We're talking about a relatively moderate amount, and this is our downtown. This is where the growth needs to happen. Next, I wanted to talk about the theater project. I touched on that barely at the end last night, and just wanted to say, I love going out to the movies. I love the possibility of having an IMAX theater in the downtown where you can see films in all their glory, and I think an 84-foot theater would be spectacular. Finally, the Wilshire transition, I just don't like the idea of that. I live in one of the few residential buildings that abuts one of the lots that's actually going to be developed, and I want to see that develop. I want to see a more walkable, interesting, active Wilshire Boulevard. As I think a previous speaker said, it's a major transportation corridor. It'll hopefully one day be along the route of the Purple Line subway into Santa Monica. We're talking about widening the sidewalks on one side there, and I think that can be a great place, and especially where there aren't any residential units right next to it. I don't understand the concept of a transition at all. So those are my comments for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian? Hold on one second. Brian Darrow to be followed by Denise Barton and Rain Laborde. Again, my apologies for mispronouncing people's names.
Hello, good evening, commissioners. My name is Brian Darrow. I'm a resident of downtown Santa Monica, and I have 2 school-age kids. One goes to Roosevelt, one goes to Lincoln. I do live in the transit-adjacent district. First thing, we need a better name for that neighborhood. I guess I can work on it, and talk to neighbors and so forth. So there's been a lot of questions. I'm also, it's not going to be surprising, I'm concerned about the downzoning as well. There's been questions on how can we incentivize housing, more housing to be built. I mean, to me, it seems like if you let people build higher, it will be more economical and actually more sustainable to build more housing in the downtown area. I believe all the neighborhoods that they showed in the downtown, I mean, you can increase height by at least 1 story without really any impact. I mean, anecdotally, I think people are concerned about maybe increased traffic, but anecdotally, I don't think residents who live downtown are really contributing to the traffic downtown. I'm sure that can be studied, or it has been studied, but I'm doubtful of that. Also, I would like, incentivize affordable and family housing downtown. What I mean by family, people have heard me say it before, but like more 3-bedroom units downtown would be great. There really aren't any right now. I know there are some coming in some of the projects, which is great, but I think there could be even more. Carl mentioned other cities. I mean, other cities have very family-oriented downtown areas that are thriving with lots of families and lots of kids in those areas. Also, I would like to see, I don't think it's really addressed, but other cities have these opportunities to vary the heights in the city by like buying and selling air rights. I don't know exactly how that works, but if I see that in my neighborhood, where the maximum is 5 stories, all the buildings are 5 stories, right? Maybe a minor thing, if you want to get people to ride their bikes more, residents who live downtown, other people have heard me say this, it would be great if new residential units would have secure ground floor bicycle parking. So you don't have to take your bike up and down an elevator or store it in the garage. The garage storage is very problematic. I mean, there have been lots of stories where, bikes get stolen out of the garages. Actually, my daughter's bike got stolen out of my parking garage. Related to that, I think it's in the plan, this idea of unbundled parking. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Barton?
Good evening. For this presentation, I'll be giving examples of what I've experienced since I moved into the new building that opened on November 1st, 2016, downtown. I strongly encourage you to think about the current building standards or codes that coincide with each example. And I continue to beg you and the City Council to align your policies and building standards with the current state and federal regulations. When I moved into my new apartment in the beginning of December 2016, my first lease was done incorrectly, resulting in me having to sign a new lease blindly without being given a new rent amount. And for a building with more than 16 units, aren't they supposed to have an on-site management? Not a leasing office open until 6 p.m. In addition, what are tenants supposed to do when management says, I'm not supposed to talk to you? The hot water in the kitchen and bathroom sinks take excessively long to get hot, resulting in wasting water. And aren't all new buildings supposed to be as water efficient as possible? Not to mention the inadequate soundproofing between floors. I also have to question the size of the parking spaces for the tenants on the second level of underground parking. Due to them being so small that a Prius has a hard time being able to fit into the space, as well as with the car parked on the passenger side of my space, almost being in my space, makes getting a passenger out while parked impossible. Although I'm not sure how much that matters, considering I'm being told to avoid the garage area entirely, due to having the reaction I have to mold after the piping for the retail was installed on the first level of parking, which really makes me wonder after coming from the moldy affordable housing at AO Apartments. Now let's look at the actions of the people involved with the construction of the restaurant spaces at my building. It began by jackhammering and drilling concrete outside the permitted hours in a multi-use building, until the tenants complained multiple times, after which this type of activity was done during permitted hours usually. But of course, the building's management allows construction after permitted hours, even if the noise disturbs the tenants. The construction workers are also manipulating on-street parking, everything from getting there early parking and sleeping in their truck to waiting to leave a space until another worker is there to take it, or to cone off parking spaces. As well as construction started as 2 restaurants, one on the north and south sides of the first floor of the building, both with alcohol permits, but now that's turned into 1 on the south side and 2 on the north side, with all 3 locations serving alcohol. With the repetitive excuse from the person in charge being, if I do this, it will make your inconvenience due to my construction less. Please look at what you are creating downtown, and you really wonder why residents downtown are transitional and stressed out. And of course there's more, but I'm sure I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Rain Laborde, to be followed by Jerry Rubin. Hold on one sec. And Lauren Paul.
Hi, good evening. I am a resident of the downtown, and thank you for your hard work on this plan and for enabling this community feedback process. Meeting our housing needs requires development of housing to be economically feasible and take place on a reasonable timeline, which this plan does not enable. Quality and stringency do not necessarily go hand in hand, and the stringency here, especially the arbitrarily low height cap, makes it harder to design with a vision and easier to design formulaically, which is not a positive. I urge you to walk around the downtown, as I do every day, and see how many empty storefronts there are. It's not for lack of desirability. Our downtown is a fantastic place to have a business. Many of these storefronts are empty because potential tenants are not willing to take the risk of the overly long, expensive permitting process Santa Monica has become known for. CUPs and similar permits must become more readily attainable for businesses that will be valuable to our community. High-ceilinged commercial use ground floors with plenty of glass are a great way to activate the street, but these spaces will inevitably be expensive for potential tenants. Paired with the current permitting process, I'm worried that these street activating spaces will instead be empty glass boxes. I urge Planning Commission, staff, and City Council to look at solutions to the flaws of the permitting process for tenants that's currently in place and consider that as part of this plan, a necessary part. I won't pretend to know the legality of this, but perhaps commercial spaces sitting empty for a requisite amount of time could be required to allow pop-up vendors until obtaining a permanent or semi-permanent tenant. Something that would encourage building owners to lease at an appropriate price for the area, but also ensure that spaces that for whatever reason aren't being leased or are slow to lease will have something activating them. In any case, I find these empty storefronts to be much more concerning than building height. Human scale and tall buildings are not at opposite ends of the spectrum. A tall building with thoughtful setbacks, a well-designed ground floor, and the community benefit of open space can easily be more street-friendly and human scale focused than a two-story building that does nothing to activate the street other than having retail. With the DCP's focus on activating streets and encouragement of privately owned public space, I believe tall buildings will be just as effective as any at providing quality pedestrian experience while providing more housing, which we need. And I once again urge you to upzone, not downzone the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Jerry?
Well, thanks again, everybody. I want to thank city staff and all you planning commissioners. Just another reminder, nobody speaks for all residents. We've had a couple divisive ballot initiatives, and we know the outcome, and nobody speaks for all residents, no matter what. I think we've always had a good process, been around Santa Monica in the area for decades. I think we've always had creative elected officials, commissioners, and city staff that have been improving Santa Monica for decades because we do it smart. We understand inevitable changes in growth. We understand what a fair process is, and we understand the need for flexibility because that's smart. Taller buildings. Look, my wife's from New York. Nobody wants a Miami Beach or Manhattan. Please, if King Kong came to Santa Monica, he would yawn at even our tallest buildings. Please. But a few taller buildings that are well designed can be a benefit. We should be listening to our experienced architects on what is workable. That's important. I think we need the highest LEED development in all new developments. I think we do need more flexibility and a more streamlined, I don't know if that's the appropriate word, but something that isn't so cumbersome to get things done. Because everybody's kind of on the Santa Monica team. No one wants to hurt Santa Monica. Let's understand that. We have a 20-year vision. We're going to have to understand what change is about. But think about it. These buildings are not just concrete and steel structures. There's families that'll be living in them. Young people, young millennials, families, 2, 3 kids, people that'll be loving Santa Monica just like we all do and contributing to a positive future. Artists that'll be living there, goods and services that'll be provided, entertainment that'll be provided, all helping to make Santa Monica better. It's not just how many feet high, but we're going to need to allow for that inevitability of those people that want to be here and those things that are going to be needed. So, I urge all of us to keep coming together. There's so many crazy things happening around the world. We have such a great city. We have such great people that are doing things. I urge you to please allow for that needed growth and change so we can keep going. We want to keep our AAA bond rating.
Thank you, Jerry.
It helps all the services.
That was your buzzer.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot. I
know, right?
thought
You're like
the
waiting
buzzer was gonna go
for a real
off.
buzzer.
I didn't
All you
see
got
it.
is me.
I apologize.
It's okay. Okay, Lauren Paul, to be followed by Mike Salazar and John London, I believe.
Good evening, Lauren Paul of Latham & Watkins on behalf of our client, Second Street Corporation, owner of the Huntley Hotel. When I spoke to you last, I focused on the increased density proposed for the Miramar site under the DCP. The letter submitted to your commission today provides more detail regarding the significant increases in floor area that we permitted for the Miramar site under the DCP. There's no downzoning proposed for this site. I hope you'll see why the Huntley has significant concerns that the recent focus on height has resulted in overlooking the increases in development that would still be permitted by the DCP. These increases are inconsistent with Aluce's identification of this part of downtown as a transition site. The transitional step-downs that through building modulation proposed are not enough to satisfy the requirements under the Luce so this site be a transition to Wilmot. We note that these significant increases are proposed regardless of whether the site is developed as a Tier 1, Tier 2, or a large site development. Significantly, even under a Tier 2 standard, the Miramar could develop a project with as much or nearly as much by 9,000 square feet as was proposed and widely criticized. We request that your commission maintain the existing height and density of the Miramar at 45 feet and 2.0 FAR. Remember that this is an entire city block, so this would still allow for the development of an additional 120,000 square feet of development, given that the Miramar is currently developed at 1.36 FAR. In addition to the concerns with the size of development that is proposed, I wanted to take a moment to discuss the process for large site developments. The DCP appears to suggest that the additional requirements for large site projects are only applicable to projects that are more than 84 feet. This should be clarified. Any development at the Miramar that exceeds the ocean transition area zoning should be processed through a DA, should require additional environmental review, and should be voted on by the people. It should not only apply to projects that are 84 feet. We have also provided in our letter detailed comments on parking, which outlines the concerns that Huntley has with the one-size-fits-all approach to parking in the downtown that will result in an underparking towards the Miramar. As you know, there is already an underparking, a shortage in downtown, and the DCP justification for parking reductions simply do not apply to areas this far north in downtown. Proximity to Expo can't support the reduction because the Miramar is outside of the 5 and 10 minute walk circle, and the DCP proposal to site parking structures east of Lincoln doesn't work either. It's simply not reasonable to assume that someone would park east of Lincoln and walk to the Miramar. In addition, as we've mentioned before, we're concerned that the DCP proposal only requires bars and restaurants at hotels to provide half the parking that would be otherwise required. This is different from how these uses are parked throughout the city. It's required to be 1-1.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Salazar.
Mike Salazar. I'm an architect and live in Ocean Park, and I want to focus on preservation issues that are in this section. And nowhere in this document is there substantial mention of the possibility of taking a landmark structure or one on the HRI and actually retaining it as it is. There are incentives that all tie, it seems, landmark structures to adjacent parcels or to projects. And I think that's something that should be looked at. And perhaps I've missed something in here, but it should be as important to downtown, especially if we're contemplating the overlay, the historic overlay, to also have some encouragement to retain a historic building as is. You know, we landmark parcels, we landmark the site as well, and sometimes that is as important. So I think that's something to look at. I'm not personally in favor of the Tier 3 incentive for Tier 2 projects that have a historic resource, but I see that as remaining, and people make a good case for that. But height is a complex impact when it's adjacent to or part of historic structures. It's often overlooked or looked upon as less significant until it ends up being an impact after construction. In 4F3, the discussion of the height limits for Tier 2 projects, I would strongly recommend that that be rewritten as 4F4 is written to emphasize the requirement to qualify under the Secretary of Interior standards as 4F4 does. So it should say that when a Tier 2 project on parcels that contain a city-designated historic structure consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards and complies with all other Tier 2 thresholds, the project may extend up to the Tier 3 height maximum. I think that's important to be consistent, and it's also important that it first and foremost meets the Secretary of Interior standards. The table 4.4 on historic preservation requirements, it should also have a note on there when it's talking about city-designated historic resource landmarks under the scope of work to somehow reference in there that it's not just the landmark building, but it's also the site that is part of that review and part of that criteria. That's it.
I have a question.
Yes.
Commissioner McKinnon.
Mr. Salazar, you wrote to us about the EIR.
Oh.
At some considerable length.
Yes.
Do I take it that you feel the environmental statement was at odds with the DCP?
Well, I think the environmental impact report is inadequate, and there is one section in here in it's illustration 4.2, which is the 30-foot height and the 45-degree angle here, and the question is not pro or con on that particular issue, but it's the impact of SB 743, which is mentioned quite a bit in the EIR. And it was the state bill from, I think, 2013 or 14 that relaxed environmental review impacts from aesthetic, parking, and traffic. And so far, the aesthetics and parking impacts have been allowed to be applied in the transit priority areas, which is all of downtown. The traffic has not yet been resolved, and that's the LOS versus the VMT. So from that standpoint, that's something that needs to be addressed based on these standards, is what is the difference now under SB 743 versus loose?
So was traffic the only problem that you saw with the EIR?
No. I mean, the alternatives were the problem. The notion of scenario A that was recommended to be studied in 2013 somehow is a high bar that all the alternatives get measured against.
So my question is, did your view of the environmental statement mean that we should not adopt the DCP? Was that the ultimate conclusion, or just more work on the environment needed to be done before we move forward?
More work on the EIR, yeah. There's inconsistencies that have somewhat been corrected, but some have just been explained away and not demonstrated.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. John Lundin, to be followed by Scott Schoenfeld and Dave Rand.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing I'd like to do is thank the crowd for being here. When I come to meetings, I learn from everybody. I learn from the people who come up and speak. I learn from the commissioners. I learn from city council. I appreciate all of the work that's been put into the downtown plan. I tend to agree with it, although I don't agree with everything. And so here we are. I live in a senior facility on 5th Street. It took me about a year of waiting, but I got in. And then I was told there's no parking. Oh, why? Well, because we only have a few spaces. All right, well, what do I do? Well, you have to wait about 2 years. What? Anyway, so I park in public parking, and I wait for my chance to have a parking space. I use public transportation most often, but because I have a house out in the San Fernando Valley, I travel back and forth probably every week. Anyway, the thing that I wanted to share with you in particular was 10 years ago, I hired on to a real estate investment and development company in downtown Los Angeles. And we were buying properties and fixing them up. And then they made the decision to build a high-rise. And so they started constructing the high-rise in downtown Los Angeles. And eventually, they got their construction loans, and they came due. Well, they couldn't refinance, and so as a result, they declared bankruptcy. Well, as a result, people got a lot of bargains out of our company when they had to sell off everything. And what I'm concerned about is that as we build and build and build and build, that at one point or another, the economy may cause a change. And then what happens? Do we leave those vacant buildings under construction for a year or longer? Do they declare bankruptcy and become properties for scavengers? What's going to happen? I don't like to paint a dim picture. However, I really think that the idea of building as much as possible is going to create risk. And the people who are willing to take those risks are entitled to their rewards. But it isn't always going to work out the way they plan. So I'd like to see us, after all the effort that's been put into the downtown community plan, support it. And support its height regulations and support the other things. And I've listened to the commission talk about the changes and their understanding and the things that they would like to see done. And I found in dealing with the planning department that they're very responsive. I've made some suggestions by email. They've picked up on them. They've picked up on the things that you've said. So I just don't feel that increasing the density in Santa Monica is a good thing. Right now, my view is of my neighbor's windows.
Mr.
I don't see the beach.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Scott Schoenfeld.
Good evening. I wanted to take another crack at trying to address the question I think that Commissioner McKinnon keeps asking, which is what specifically, needs to change in the plan. And I think I don't know that you're going to like this answer any better, but I think it's really hard to answer that question right now, because what you're hearing is it seems like there's so much that's in this plan that makes the development of housing somewhat infeasible that it's hard to say. It's hard to just pick FAR or pick height or pick the affordable housing requirement or just something specific, because you really have to look at the entire thing. And I think this is about what the priority of our city is, and what do we want most, whether it's affordable housing, is it parks and rec fee, is it parking, what is it, sunlight and 4-story buildings? I mean, what is the priority? Because I think that what's clear is we can't have everything. Just a couple examples. Mentioned last night I did, and then a couple other people also mentioned this. I mean, the parks and rec fee for a 2-bedroom unit is $24,000. Using the square footage in the HRNA analysis, that's $25 a foot. You compare that to the parks and rec fee for commercial at the high end of $828 a foot. Why are we, if we're trying to prioritize housing, why is the parks and rec fee for a 2-bedroom, which is, everyone seems to be pushing for larger units, why is that 4 times the fee per square foot than commercial? So I think it's a matter of trying to figure out what we want to prioritize, and then you can back into some of the other assumptions. And I just wanted to finish. Chris mentioned this again. He reminded us of Measure LV, and I just wanted to reiterate that LV lost by a huge margin not that long ago, and almost a year ago to the day, one of the founders of Residocracy, Armin, he stood up at the podium at City Council and said, "We don't need additional housing." And then as soon as his plan comes out, I'm quoting now from the SMDP. The next day, Residocracy's founder and LV's co-author, Armand Melkonian, said he was happy with the scaled-down DCP. He suggested his group, notorious for criticizing city projects and leaders, may find themselves in a new position, defending the city's document. I was pleasantly surprised, and I thought that for the first time in a long time, it appeared that there was resident input into the plan. We want to play a role and make sure it doesn't get upsized again at council. And I think that says a lot about this plan and why you keep hearing over and over again people struggling with the restrictions and the regulations in here, and why it doesn't, this seems like a Measure LV plan and not a housing plan, which I think a lot of us were expecting.
Chair. So, Mr. Schoenfield, if I said to you, all right, just for argument's sake, but I'm really interested in your answer, I wanted to prioritise housing, and in particular affordable housing, because that's one of those things that we've pushed consistently to get to 20%. What are the things that you believe as a developer would need to change to prioritise that?
Here's one example, and I know that I'm in the minority among the development community on this. If you take the 2,500 projected units and you multiply that by 1 parking space per unit, which I think is about average of what you get based on the ratios, that's 2,500 parking spaces, right? At $40,000 per space construction cost to provide parking, which I think is also low, but that's the number that's in the HRNA analysis. You're talking about $100 million that's going underground for cars, right, in this plan. So, you know, again, we have a lot of parking spaces here. I think that there are ways to utilize the existing inventory of parking that we have, and not basically tell developers that you, at a minimum, you have to put $100 million below ground for cars. Why can't we figure out a way to, you know, take some of that and, you know, impose stricter maximums on parking and take some of that money and put it towards affordable housing? I would say the same thing about, you know, the Parks and Rec fee. I mean, we support Parks and Recreation, but there's, you know, for a project to be feasible, there's only so much that can go around. And I think we have to figure out what is the priority, and unless in whole a project is feasible, then we get nothing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dave Rand, to be followed by Paula Larmore and Jeremy Stutz.
Good evening, Commission. Dave Rand, Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Delvac. Part of me wishes that I could talk about the established large sites and the opportunity sites. They're so big and sexy and exciting, but instead I'm going to talk about the disestablished, unfortunate single lots. I represent 3 different developers who are owners of single lots, these small, struggling, difficult projects. They were not fortunate enough to be part of big assemblages, but all 3 projects are striving mightily to turn little box buildings and surface parking lots into actual housing units. One I'll highlight is at a very strategic, important location at 5th and Colorado, directly across the street from the train station. And it's right now just a little 1-story brick box building with a couple of creative offices in it. Not on the HRI, Commissioner Fresco, I promise. The problem with these projects is the development standards, the design standards, and the restrictions, particularly the unit mix, the mandatory 2s and 3s, are disproportionately punitive to these projects. They bear the burden far more than larger projects with the economies of scale that can sustain them. So I would encourage you as a strategic means of trying to spur housing where it currently doesn't exist to relax the standards for these small lot projects. Take off the handcuffs. Eliminate the design step back requirements for a 7,500 square foot lot project. And understanding that you and the council want diversified unit mix and family units for very good reasons that have become sort of an article of faith on these housing projects going forward, single lot developments are opportunities, I think, to deviate from that. It would not be the worst thing in the world if to get housing where a surface parking lot exists today, to have a small single lot project be more heavily weighted with studio and one bedrooms. That right there could very well make the difference between it happening or not happening at all. So I think the plan is thoughtful in many respects with respect to these design standards, and clearly there was some thought to this because the staff exempted open space or small lot developments from open space. I would pick up on that theme and go further and carve them out from the standards altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Larmore.
Good evening, Commission. Paul Larmore with Harding, Larmor, Kutcher & Kozel, and I'm also on the board of the Chamber. And I don't want to talk about height and density tonight. I would like to talk about the use regulations, which one could argue are more important because they affect all of our existing buildings as well as new development. We use use regulations day in and day out when we're tenanting existing buildings. Downtown, as our economic engine, is the place for the widest array of uses. The LUCE envisions a mix of uses, including encouraging new and expanded hotels, local and regional shopping, dining, and entertainment. The Chamber's letter has specific recommendations to implement the LUCE's goal to encourage hotels. This includes that new hotels should be permitted uses, at least in the transit-adjacent Ocean Transition, Bayside Conservation Districts, and on the 3 large sites. Existing hotels and expansions to such hotels should also be permitted uses and not become legal non-conforming uses if they don't have a CUP. Now I'm going to go into the weeds for a moment, but it's very important. Specific limitation number 5, it's on page 179 of the DCP, should be revised to clarify that the uses that have this limitation applied to it are permitted, not CUP uses in new buildings, subject to the 2 exceptions that staff has provided. Absent a language change, small-scale retail would be a CUP use on the ground floor in new buildings, and that's completely contrary to what you all want. And there's the specific language on page 10 of the Chamber letter if you're interested. With this change, I think that staff has done a good job of threading the needle here with respect to regulations on ground floor tenant spaces and existing and new buildings. And finally, I urge you to please move the use regulations into the zoning ordinance like the parking standards. It makes sense because the definitions of those uses are already in the zoning ordinance. So for ease of use for an existing building owner, they don't have to go to 2 separate documents, the same thing for staff. And also, when we have to amend the use regulations because the way that the commercial space is used is evolving, we need to be able to amend the use definitions and not have to go amend the specific plan and be able to be nimble. You guys have talked about doing an annual zoning ordinance update, and that's an opportunity when you could amend use or regulations as needed. And I will lastly say use regulations are much more difficult to understand in the abstract. They're not as simple as height and density. It takes looking at a specific site, a specific building, and thinking about how these work together when a particular tenant space comes up. So again, please be nimble, move these into the zoning ordinance, which has greater flexibility involved with it, not having to amend the specific plan every time we need to amend the use regulations. Thank you.
Commissioner McKinnon has a question, Paul.
So in moving the use regulations, wouldn't that be a significant change to the DCP?
I don't think so. I think it's just like the parking. You just copy and paste the table from one document to the other.
And you said the problem was that we would have to come back and amend the downtown community plan, but why would that be such a problem in your view?
Well, you already have a process. You guys have done several zoning ordinance updates. It's a more nimble document, more usable.
So you feel that the ease of changing the zoning code outweighs the ease of changing the downtown community plan, and therefore that's where it should be?
Yeah, a community plan, specific plan, is supposed to set higher level policy.
Right.
Your existing Bayside District specific plan doesn't have these prescriptive table for uses. It has broad policies for uses like encouraging hotels or encouraging retail.
So you're saying the day-to-day regulation of retail and other bits and pieces should be somewhere which is acceptably easy to amend, but not in this policy document, which we shouldn't be touching. Is that?
I'm not saying you shouldn't be touching it. I'm saying.
Well, not touching that often. I'm not trying to paraphrase.
Right, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, I have a question too. So about the hotels, I guess I would envision that almost any hotel is going to be of a size that it's going to require a DRP. So if it's a conditional use, if you're already going through a discretionary process, what is the concern about a CUP?
It's that you're kind of sending the wrong message. Again, you guys have the flexibility with the DRP findings to condition the project, but if you want the hotel use and you're requiring conditional use permit, you're sending a message to the developer that there's something, we have some concerns about that use compared with a permitted use.
Great, yeah. Thank you. Okay, Jeremy Stutz, to be followed by Chris Kriega, my apologies, and Nancy Coleman.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jeremy Stutz. I work in downtown Santa Monica in the technology sector, and I live in Santa Monica, and I live car-free, a walking distance from the Expo Line station. I have a long history of advocacy for the Expo Line, and I'm so glad that it's been wildly successful. I use Breeze Bike Share and a combination of lots of different amenities in Santa Monica to get around without a car 100% of the time, unless I need some sort of Uber or Lyft to get out of our community. When I'm in Santa Monica, it's 100% car-free. So as I'm looking at this, I feel like the document is an overly restrictive plan. I'm specifically concerned about housing. I'm fortunate enough to live in Santa Monica and found a rent-controlled unit, but prices have really skyrocketed, and especially my coworkers at work can't find places to live in Santa Monica. And they want to, trust me. We have about 200 employees that I work with who would really love to work here, to live here. They work here, but a lot of them can't live here. And I'm among the minority amongst the people that I work with who just can't find affordable places to live within a walking distance or even an expo ride of work or biking. It's a challenge for our generation. To me, it seems like supply and demand economics. I agree with Scott about parking minimums. I agree with Carl about the Wilshire Boulevard transition. I don't get it. And I have serious concerns about restrictions on opportunity sites, which are our greatest opportunity to create affordable housing. So when I look at this document, the restrictions, I'm not understanding why we don't allow our city to grow so that we have the ability to create more housing to meet the demands that exist within our community. This is where people want to live. It's one of the best places to live in the entire region of Los Angeles, and yet we seem to be bent on capping the amount of people who can live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Kriega? Okay, thank you. Can I correct my pronunciation of his name, Nancy Coleman?
Hi.
Oh, to be followed by Deborah Rotman.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm back again tonight, and I really would like to look at the height standard. And I want to look at if in fact we are looking at 84 feet as the maximum height and 130 feet perhaps, let's look at what the standards need to be and how the decision making has to be. I don't think that we should ever allow a height bonus for an off-site affordable housing. We did that. It's more than 600 feet. It's more than 850 feet from the facility that's being built on Broadway. So why is it that they get the height bonus on Broadway for affordable housing when they're building affordable housing in another place? I really go along with what Mario said last night, which was that we really need to look at 4 stories across the board. We need to be able to see, we need to be able to have light, and we need to have airflow. If we're going to build large buildings in the downtown community plan in that area, either adjacent to the transit or in other parts, how are we going to look at light and airflow? I think it's a critical issue. Now, I really want to go back, as opposed to some of my friends last night who said that, not my friends, but the developer community and the chamber who said we need to have greater assurance that we can do permitted large buildings up to 60,000, 100,000, 120,000 square feet. I think that we need to reduce that. I think that we now have seen that the DRP process or the DR process allows the commission to make some changes, but it doesn't allow necessarily the council to make any changes unless there's an appeal to council. So I think that we need to go back to both, for both commercial and housing, to 30,000 square feet for a DR, and perhaps somewhere between 50,000 for DAs. Again, I think that heights up to 84 feet need to have a supermajority of council. Those above that, above 84 feet, need to go to a vote of the residents of the city. We need standards that look at this.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, and our last speaker is Deborah Ropeman. Hi, Deborah.
I just want to weigh in and say that I believe that voter approval should be a requirement for any development on the established large sites, and that any development on these sites is likely to be extremely controversial, and it'll affect the traffic, our parking, and the entire nature of our city, and I think the residents should be able to decide on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that was our last speaker. Did you have a question? Do you really want it? Okay. I'd rather just jump into the. What's the preference? Okay. Okay. There's physical body demands for a quick break, but let's make it fast, please. Thank you. going again in just 1 minute, so if you could take your seats, please. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll reconvene the May 11th Planning Commission meeting. And hi, Peter, there you are.
Hi.
We thought we would start with taking a look at this question with regard to the land use strategy, activating the core and protecting the periphery. That's kind of a general description of the approach. I'm going to work from the assumption that this question really gives us the opportunity to look closely at the land use matrix that starts on 177. You're fired. 170. 170. So I thought the approach that we would take is to assume that this general policy approach that staff has taken is something that the commission is comfortable with. We've had many, many meetings about the DCP, and that really instead of spending time talking through the specifics of talking through what we agree on, that we focus on areas of concern, and that this is the moment to highlight changes that you want the rest of the commission to consider. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Perry to start, and I'm going to actually just beg your forgiveness and encourage you. Right, there's no way for me to know if you want to speak or not, so just be gentle. Commissioner Perry.
Thank you, Chair.
And speak right into the microphone is what I'm learning here.
I will do my best. Is it picking up?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I want to begin by saying that this is a really good use table, and I want to commend staff for the thought that went into it. These, in the past, I've seen how these are very tricky to get right, and it takes a lot of thought, and as I look through it, it really comes across what the vision for the different parts of the downtown are. And so I don't have many things that I'd like to suggest as changes, but I do have a few. First of all, I want to ask staff, during public testimony, the idea was raised that the use regulations should reside in the zoning ordinance for ease of modification. Is there a difference in the process of amending a zoning ordinance versus amending a specific plan?
Yeah, it's an extra step, an extra requirement. I would note that when we actually wrote these standards, and you note just by the section numbers, we based them off of Division 2, which is reserved in the zoning ordinance for downtown districts. So it's numbered off of that, in terms of the section 9.10, and then it follows on from there. So, I think it's an idea that certainly has merit. If we took the use table and put it in the zoning ordinance, it really wouldn't affect the usability or, the effectiveness of those rules.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So does that mean the table would be in two places?
No, it would just be in the zoning ordinance.
And you would just reference the zoning code?
Correct, right.
Okay, and so the first item I want to raise as an area for potential change is in the neighborhood village, we have this concept that makes a lot of sense, where we want to focus activity on the corners. So the highest activity uses, the corners are reserved for those uses. But I feel like we should make an exception for childcare and early childhood education facilities on those corners. Not that I think that the economics are going to lend to them locating in such a spot, but just in the off chance that somebody had an opportunity to move that use into a corner site in NV, I would think that we would want the use regulations to welcome that. So I would move that we ask staff to explore that change and come back to us if they see problems with that.
So you're suggesting a straight P?
Yes. So I don't know if you want me to bundle things or if we're offering that up.
Let's bundle.
Okay. And I don't see a problem with treating existing hotels as permitted uses, so I'd suggest that change. And the third thing I'd like to propose is, we heard during the process that there is a very real interest in creating a diversity of experiences, a diversity of shopping experiences in the downtown, and in particular striving for a fine grain. And I have a general idea that I'd like to ask for staff to pursue and come back to us on, and that is this idea of for those few times that we may want, that the city may want a big box retailer to come into the downtown area with a small format store, that if they came in with a concept that instead of taking up still a rather large area of ground floor frontage, that they had the opportunity to go up to the second floor with that single use, that single tenancy. So I would ask that staff look at what in this existing plan. This is a different concept than what we've seen in Santa Monica in the past, and I haven't really heard it discussed and explored within this process. I would like us to ask staff to look at what the barriers would be within the draft as written, and suggest changes to provide for select spots where that kind of store could take up place in the right spot in downtown Santa Monica. So those are my suggested changes with the use table.
And
you want me to offer that up as a motion?
Yeah, hold on one second. And Commissioner Perry, are you proposing that concept would also be permitted, or would it require some kind of discretionary review?
Well, because of its size, it would be CUP, and I think that would be appropriate, but at least that there would be an avenue for it.
Okay, so to summarize, Commissioner Perry is proposing to allow the child care centers and early childhood education centers on the corners in NV, hotel as a permitted use, and to ask staff to come back with an analysis of the idea of this two-story larger retail. Are there any comments, concerns? I guess I have a question, which is about the hotels and why we were at a CUP on the hotels. Was that about this approach of emphasizing that this was a community plan and that we were refocusing our downtown less on visitors and more on the community?
Yeah, we were actually, if you look at Wilshire Transition, and it occurs to me that it probably may have been an oversight, is that we did write the specific limitation 19, which was, CUP L19, limited to legally established existing uses as of the date the plan is effective. So, we recognize there were existing hotels on the Wilshire Transition area, but I don't think, I think what we heard from the testimony was to allow the continuation of those existing uses. We assumed that was so unless they redeveloped or there were new hotels, which we believed, CUP was an appropriate mechanism for that, given the, variety of operational, issues that hotels can present.
So Commissioner Perry, back to you. Was your goal to make new hotels a permitted use, or was it to clarify that the existing hotels were a permitted use?
The latter. I think CUP is appropriate for new hotels. And I would also like to add to my offerings here that just the corrections to limitation number 5, which came up in public testimony and letters to us, and I believe staff is aware of and is pursuing that change.
Yeah, specifically the language change to specific limitation number 5 is fine.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay. I'm going to just take the lack of questions and comments as Commissioner's support for the things that Commissioner Perry has proposed.
We also talked about moving the use table in the zoning.
Oh, okay.
So you forgot one.
Yeah. Moving the use table to the zoning code. Is everyone comfortable with that too?
I need to think about it. I'm not ready to, I need to.
Speaking to the.
I need to consider it.
Okay.
I'm not ready to decide that yet.
Okay. So there's general consensus on the zoning code, the moving the table to the zoning code, but we'll confirm that. Okay. Commissioner McKinnon, do you have anything with the Commissioner Kennedy, do you have any changes or adjustments to the land use matrix that you would like to offer up? Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Well, I have just an overall comment about the plan, something I meant to mention yesterday, but I'm going to mention it now. It would actually change the table, but it's just sort of a frivolous thing. I think that the MUB label for the Lincoln Boulevard portion of the plan should be just called Lincoln Transition, or, well, I actually brought this up to Jing the other day. I said, I think it needs to have Lincoln in the name or something like that. And she said, well, hey, how about Lincoln Transition? And we strive to have mixed use as much as possible throughout the downtown, and it's kind of strange to me to have that label. So I hope others will consider that maybe being a good idea. That said, my questions, okay, so can you tell me where, just highlight exactly some places where the active use is not required? So, for example, in the NV, maybe mid-block, places like that, but where else?
That actually is the area that we do allow ground floor residential, the only area actually in the downtown that we allow ground floor residential and office.
So pretty
Everywhere
much,
else, it's
so
not
just
allowed.
generally speaking, so everything else is pretty much active use?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move to Commissioner Fresco. We can come back to you, or do you have
you can come back to me. I'm kind of based on the format being in this room and having listened to all of the public's questions and considering the questions here. I actually brought with me tonight like 50 questions on this section, so I'm parsing through them. So come back to me, please. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco.
The only thing that I was wondering why we might not want to find a place to allow was a building materials and sales if it was small, under 10,000 square feet or so. I think that would be a really important element to have in a complete neighborhood, just a local hardware store where you can get a shelf cut kind of thing. discussed that with staff a little bit, and at least when they were being all nice on the phone, they didn't come up with any reason why not, so. And we do actually have one there, you know, Fisher Lumber is there, yearning to cut wood for us, but not allowed. So, it's true. They won't do it, but they want to.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Any feedback, comments, concerns from other commissioners? I envision Kuhn's Hardware.
Yeah.
Right?
But with cutting.
But with cutting, absolutely. Okay.
Chair Anderson,
Yep.
I'm sorry, I have one more. Currently, schools.
Into the mic. To the mic.
Sorry, schools in the transit-adjacent district have limitation number 1, and I would like to suggest that that be done that be a permitted use in that district.
Schools.
Yes.
In which district?
TA.
Are you giving us a page number?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
172.
172. Okay, sorry, just to reiterate, so you're just talking about transit adjacent. And Commissioner Perry, that's just about a complete neighborhood, vibrant, right, that in an area that's denser,
Seems appropriate.
you can accommodate schools. Any commissioners have questions or concerns about that? Okay. I'll move on to Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, I think that the uses are actually quite solid. I noticed that, and it came up in one of the slides, that banks are somehow evil, and that we have to keep them on a very tight leash in case they would bust out and start roaming through our city. Is that a real threat? They're the only ones that are limited to 20 feet on the ground floor, and it seems like there's something I'm missing here.
You know, I think we're really responding to, I think, a longstanding comment that we've heard from this commission, and, you know, throughout our outreach processes, you know, what banks do in terms of activating the ground floor. Typically, you know, we've, as you saw in the presentation, we've got how many? Like 13 ground floor banks throughout downtown, and they're pretty prominently located. You know, at corners, I can think of like 5th and Santa Monica, you know, where you might want to consider having a more active use, you know, whether it be an eating establishment or something that, you know, might be a better location for that, and having, you know, that banking use much more limited in terms of frontage or, you know, on an upper floor location. We're, of course, aware that, you know, the model of banks is somewhat changing.
Right. I
you
guess
know, have you seen in that retail storefront?
I just can't see a bank being on the second floor. That just seems like, you know,
and I think it doesn't have to be on the second floor. It's really limiting the amount of frontage that, you know, that we see taken up downtown on, you know, particularly vibrant corners. And this limitation was meant to address that.
I guess it's another CUP that, you know, if you go over 20 feet, you're stuck, you know, kind of, it seems.
Into the microphone, please.
Yeah, it seems like an unnecessary limitation. I think that's something we can just let market forces do their magic. If they can afford to be on the ground floor and compete with all the other retail spaces, then that's fine.
Is there feedback to that idea of, are you suggesting that the banks be just a permitted use, or the limitation be eliminated? Or?
Yeah, the limitation should be limited. They're just a permitted use, just like every other, you know, lending institution. You know, they are going more toward ATMs, so they're gonna shrink anyway in a funny sort of way, but they're still part of the community.
Mm-hmm. Okay, are there any comments, questions, feedback from Commissioner McKinnon?
So, Commissioner, I would not be in favour of that. The value in Santa Monica for a bank is not the business they're doing, but the marketing and advertising. And so, of course, they strike prominent corners, but what we do know about banks is that they're a 9 to 4 business at best. And so they're unactivated with uninteresting frontage for most of the day. And where banking has been going is to kiosks or ATMs or wherever else. And so the physical needs of a bank are shrinking, but yet we continue to have these demands for physical real estate. And that is about marketing. And so I'm not sure that I know that we really don't want that to be the case in Santa Monica. We don't want the dead spaces that these financial institutions create on the street. And that's why a limitation is necessary. And it's not that arduous, it's just that they have to come and talk to us about getting a permit. But if you allow them, they'll be everywhere, just like a Starbucks, and in a lot of cases, it will be no more than branding or advertising, and I think that's what we want to stop.
I agree with Commissioner McKinnon. I think that this commission has spent a lot of time talking about it, and Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I'll even take Commissioner McKinnon's thoughts a step further. Banking is not necessarily moving to a place where you need an ATM. Banking is moving to where you just use your card at the venue that you're patronizing. If you're going to or your phone, I mean. So having a bank with a glass front and perhaps an ATM in the vestibule inside, you've even got security issues when they're used at night, and we're trying to create an even more vibrant downtown so that it just becomes like a security issue the more they proliferate throughout the downtown during the evening. So I'd love to apply number 4 to many more uses if it was possible, I think, but I think it's a good idea for banks, and then we can and see how it goes. And Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, your comment was if they're shrinking anyway, then I say let's try it.
Commissioner Perry?
Yeah, I also do not support the proposal, and going to any number of intersections, in particular 5th and Santa Monica Boulevard, you really feel the effect of the policies that have been in place and allowed the proliferation of these uses that, as has been stated, do little to activate the street.
Commissioner Fresco, do you want to comment?
I'm with them, and if I may, can I ask a question of staff? One of the speakers brought up this idea of pop-up stores for intermittent uses while permits are pending, and can you just talk to us a little about what that means and what that is and how, I mean, I know what it is, but
yeah,
that's a viable thing for us?
Sure, yeah, there's actually no limitation in that, to the extent that pop-up stores are typically retail or some other use, as long as they're a permitted use, they're allowed. There's really no barrier to that happening in a vacant space if they'd like to do that.
So basically, if you're looking for a CUP, you can find a permitted use to put there in the meantime, and that's just fine,
right,
is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay. I guess I would just ask the staff generally, like the other concern that was brought up is that it's that one of the reasons that there's these empty storefronts is that the process is for street activating uses is too challenging. I guess I would ask staff to respond to that. I mean, is this table going to make a difference in terms of the process for street activating uses?
I don't think so. We put thought towards incentivizing and making sure that in the areas where we have the most amount of activity, within the Bayside Conservation District, within the transit adjacent area where we have it now, we want that to continue. You'll see on the promenade, it's actually extremely hands-off in this table in terms of continuing what's already there and allowing the mix to continue and not allowing other uses that would disrupt that mix. So as you go around the downtown, is that where the areas where we want to encourage that activity, the uses are permissive and they're permitted to be there. Within the neighborhood village, where it's the mix of activity is calmer, many of the uses that are allowed on the ground floor, they primarily associated with more of that community-based use, whether it be personal services, we allow offices, we allow banks actually on the ground floor, in the neighborhood village, things that you use on a daily basis. So, I don't think we believe there are barriers in this table to activating the uses. The permit process is sort of another, kind of outside the scope of the use table, and we always strive to try and streamline that process, obviously, as much as we can.
Okay, great. Okay, so it doesn't sound like we're going to make that change to the banks. Do you have other thoughts or feedback to the land use table? Okay. I guess I just want to. Oh no, different thing. Okay. Never mind. Thank you. Okay, so I think that wraps up our discussion. Unless Commissioner Kennedy, did you have any proposals?
I'll go over a couple of them that I highlighted. So during the presentation, you talked about leasing offices. Can you elaborate on if there is a leasing office, how is it restricted? How does it work now that you've added that?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. It was actually a subject of great discussion in the development of the use table. I think at this moment it's something we'd like to bring back to you, but we certainly were contemplating regulating leasing officers very much the same as banks. We don't have the language in here at the moment.
Okay. With a similar limitation, like the size limitation, or you're still thinking about it?
I think linear street frontage is certainly one that makes sense to us, in the sense that they're, kind of non-active uses, generally speaking, during the day, and, taking up sort of larger expanses that we're seeing on the ground floor. I think 6th Street is an example of that.
Okay.
So I think it's something we definitely bring back to you as to where it fits best within the use table.
Okay, and then this issue of leasing office is something that I brought up to you by email, and I wanted to just elaborate on it a little bit further.
I'm going to interrupt you can you clarify for us what a leasing office is?
Sure, like if there's a residential project that should have retail on the ground floor, or maybe has 2 or 3 ground floor retail or ground floor commercial tenants, one or more of them are taken up with essentially just a leasing office, so when like I just started to say, I brought this up already to Peter and Jing, and I kind of, in my mind, I thought that maybe leasing offices and even real estate offices could be treated the way auto sales are and could have its own section here in the table, just like auto sales and leasing, real estate sales and leasing, because as you know, throughout the discussion of the downtown plan, even though the downtown is more active and does have a greater mix of uses because everything's really concentrated, I'm still really concerned about offices on the ground floor because they may just be a 9-to-5 type of an operation, and something like a Coldwell Banker might be a 9-to-5 operation, but it's also not a real neighborhood serving use, because I think of a neighborhood serving use as something that you might use weekly or a few times a month, but we all don't just walk into Coldwell Banker and say, hey, like 3 times a week. So, and I don't know how, if you could take a look at that, think about adding that particular type of office. I think, to me, it's not very different from automobile sales or leasing. It's something that happens once in a blue moon, and people come from regionally and to do that kind of work in that kind of an office. It's not really a walk-in kind of a thing. So I would ask that staff at least take a look at it, and then and thank you very much for taking a look at the issue of the leasing office, because, and to get to your point, Chair, staff has pointed out that there are about 8 leasing offices in the downtown, kind of in this clustered area, but think about if those were little retail shops instead, it would be a lot more walkable and pleasant. I mean, I don't know about anybody in this room, but I walk past every single one of those leasing offices, and a lot of that stuff you can do over the phone. You're going to make an appointment, you're going to come in, you're going to look at the apartment. It's very rare that you're just walking down the street and you're like, hey, I'm going to go in and look at this apartment to lease. So to me, it should be activated. And narrowed, relegated to the back, it combined with a vestibule for entry to the apartment building, something where it's not just I think having an office on the ground floor in downtown Santa Monica is to me is like the epitome of privilege. And I think that it's one of those things where it would be wonderful to be able to go to work all day long, right next to all your favorite shops and everything like that. But we have to think about what's happening in the community and maybe not just in that office. So I want to see a mix, and the more walk-in clientele, office-type places we have, it's going to compete with retail. And
Got
I
it.
want to.
Okay. Are there thoughts or feedback about Commissioner Kennedy's idea? I guess I'm not sure. I guess a general concern that I would express is that brick and mortar retail is going to diminish. So I think there's a benefit to our community to just make sure. I think that we should be reasonable and pursue the types of uses that we want, but at the same time be flexible. I think we're going to head to a place where developers that are developing mixed-use properties, because of the shift in the retail market, are going to find it harder to develop a mixed-use property because it's going to be harder to get financing on that ground floor retail space. So I guess that's just a concern that I think we should be aware of and try and be flexible on the ground floors. That's why I think it's great on the neighborhood village that we allow for a little bit more variety in that district. I would also just point out that I think real estate is total sport in Southern California, so people love to walk by and look at the things on the window.
That may be, but that is still indicative of my point. So.
Good. Yeah, please, Commissioner Fresca.
Does this thing work? I just wanted to point out that I would think that kind of real estate office falls in the category of walk-in clientele, and it's already limited to 50-foot frontage, and in some districts, and only in the back half of the building in some districts, and they don't really have free reign. I think they're restrained to be smaller already, so I don't see that as a big problem, really. It's not like, auto dealerships have very specific needs. They have to get cars inside the building, so they need different kind of development standards, whereas I don't see how this is comparable to that.
So I guess that's a question. With staff, do you feel like a real estate office is covered by what's in here for the walk-in offices?
Yes, it's actually within, Nina's correct, it's within the definition of walk-in clientele in the zoning ordinance.
So are you looking for additional restrictions beyond what's in there?
Well, I don't necessarily, I don't support that. I mean, I know I might be in the minority, but to me, a real estate office isn't a walk-in. I think it's a special category in and of itself. People may walk in, but for the most part, they're going to make appointments. It's lovely that it's, you can walk by, but
let me just try and clarify though, Commissioner Kennedy, because what I hear staff saying is that they would treat a real estate office as a walk-in clientele office. So I think the question is, do the limitations that are described for walk-in clientele, are those sufficient for your concerns about the real estate office?
Well, I think this kind of goes overall to my concern about having offices considered as a neighborhood serving use. The policy earlier in the plan mentions neighborhood serving use. I think they call it local serving use, and it says including office, which I object to, but again, I understand I'm in the minority on that, perhaps. So let me double check and take a look at the, well, for example, while it does have a limitation and needs a CUP because it says CUP, correct?
For walking clientele?
Right, for example.
No,
yeah.
it's a if-then kind of limitation. So, for example, let's take the Bayside Commercial, 2nd and 4th Street. So L5 CUP, what that means is that if you're within an existing building, you would be a permitted use. If you are in a new building, then you have a limitation with the 7,500 square foot, 50 linear foot CUP would kick in.
So, right, but I'm saying in the mixed use boulevard, it's the same thing, but it's the limitation 14. In the neighborhood village, it's limitation 3 and 5.
Right. Limitation 14 is a little more nuanced. What that says is that even though you're within an existing building, if you're converting from a non-office to an office, so let's say you convert from a restaurant to a real estate office, and you were over 7,500 square feet or 50 linear feet, then that would trigger a CUP. If you were smaller than that, then that would not trigger a CUP.
Well, actually, I'm really glad you brought that up because that was one of the next things on my list. I'm troubled by what I saw last year on Montana and Ocean Park Boulevard, where there were a few retail operations and a restaurant that were able to convert to real estate offices, essentially, deadening that portion of the activity that happened on that street in that area. And I would propose that we either perhaps maybe shrink that size to be maybe 2,500 to trigger a CUP, because especially on places in the downtown where hopefully a lot of the tenant spaces are going to be smaller anyway, we can have a closer look at something like that when it would want to happen. And I would say in the office use classification category. And I'm just going to propose that 7,500 square feet seems to be, well, I understand that it's a natural square footage size. I mean, to me, it seems like we should reduce it so that we can capture it and have a look at them more frequently.
So you're saying there should be a CUP if it's bigger than 2,500 square feet?
Or just a CUP, period, for that change of use going from restaurant or retail to an office. So anything in the office category.
Okay. Are there comments?
If I could offer, is the concern about the size or what the street activation is? Because
street activation.
Because then maybe the linear feet, the linear feet in terms of street frontage, the 50 linear feet of street
Jane,
frontage.
you have to speak up, please.
Oh, sorry.
I can't hear you.
It's day 4. 7,500 square feet is a tenant. It's an individual tenant size limitation. Yeah. If the concern is street activation, the standard that you're looking at might be more the linear street frontage, which at this point is 50 feet. So that's one parcel wide. Where the bank standard came from is it's roughly half of that, for example. So it gives you a sense. I think the building at the Pacific building at 5th and Santa Monica, those bays are roughly 30, right? If we measured them, 25, 30-ish feet, just to give you a sense of scale.
You're saying so reducing that would trigger a CUP perhaps more frequently, so we can take more of a frequent look at those requests to change use.
Yeah, I'm just offering that up if the concern is street activation or rhythm versus tenant size, which is a little more. It's a little more of a theoretical concept, I guess.
For me, what I'm trying to get at, the key would be that a discretionary body would have the opportunity to look at somebody requesting some kind of a retail or restaurant, something that is either a restaurant or retail going to a non-restaurant or retail use. And actually, I forget what page that's on, but it's in here.
So for you, it's not about a size threshold, or
it isn't necessarily about a size threshold, but I would like to be able to say, I have a discretionary body say, yeah, you know what? There's in a 2-block radius, there isn't anything like this at the street level, or we already have a few of those at street level. What can we do should we allow it or not allow it, or is there anything we can do to change, or what can we do? So I think that having discretion over that is helpful, even though there seems to just, I mean, I think it's kind of, I don't think it's very dour to just say, well, you know, everyone's going to be buying everything online for everyone, so therefore we should just, you know, give up all hope on having any kind of retail in the downtown on the ground floor. I think our key, the point of going through this exercise is to find a balance and see what we can do to actually activate it. And
So I'm going to ask you to pause because, right, we're getting into a lot of down and dirty. So I guess I would ask for the commission's feedback maybe on this idea of creating more limitation to ground floor office. Really, that conceptually, that's where you're headed.
Conceptually, yes.
Commissioner Fresco.
I think that the walking clientele standards are sufficient. I don't see us having a huge run on storefronts for realtors in downtown right now, and I just don't see a problem that we need to fix.
Commissioner Perry.
Similar to Commissioner Fresco, I feel it seems appropriate to me that there's a little bit more flexibility in the downtown compared to the boulevards, where a lot of these ideas came from about regulating the frontage and the size of the tenant space, and that, at least the way I was looking at it, that was trying to encourage uses that people in the neighborhood would be able to walk to. And it could be really impactful to have uses that aren't very usable to nearby residents in the boulevards. But here in the downtown, where there's more of a network and there's so much in walking distance already, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and I'm open to some kind of adjustment, but I see it as a little bit different animal than what we've talked about in the past, and I'm a little less concerned about it in the downtown than on the boulevards.
Any other feedback? I'd like to.
I would agree with Commissioner Parry. One of the issues that we need to think about is that we can over-regulate a part of the city to the point where we're always dealing with CUPs over what would be a fairly normal transaction. And if at some point, like with the banks, it's out of hand, we can step in. But I think Commissioner Parry's point is that there may not be this fast run, and we can watch it and monitor it. But there's a bandwidth issue here for us in dealing with CUP approvals, and that's an issue that we have to think about. Also, how much do we really want to get into the rental market throughout the city, because that's the next level down. So my thoughts, I totally understand where your thinking is coming from.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, you want to opine?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think there is a fine line between overregulation in this case and making very, very small cuts and little tiny adjustments to the urban fabric and sort of certain, let's say, laissez-faire and let market forces drive it. You know, I don't think 7,500 is a big limitation. It's the entire ground floor of a standard lot. You know, that's a big piece of real estate for an office or whatever. So I think it's a nicely loose standard. It's a good kind of loose standard.
All right. Thank you for raising the concern. There are other.
Yeah, I have a couple of other questions. So as you know from reading it, some like the limitations aren't exactly the same as they were in the previous draft, and of course in the table itself, the BC has been divided because now we've got the addition of second. So I went through and looked and noticed that on page 178 under bus rail passenger stations, it says permitted on 2nd and 4th Streets, but this was not permitted on the west side of 2nd when it was part of Ocean. before. So now it's being permitted, and in fact, throughout this table, there are a few places, and I can find them and point them out to you as soon as possible, but there are a few places where something was prohibited when it was part of ocean transition that is now permitted on Second. And so this bus and rail passenger station is one of them. And so my question for staff is, what bus rail passenger station are we expecting on Second?
I think it's just the opportunity for it. It's the, you look at different kind of facilities, it's just the option of having it.
Commissioner
All right.
Fonda-Bernardi.
Yeah, I actually thought this was kind of forward-looking. If you kind of imagine a situation where we have self-driving buses, maybe before we get self-driving cars. In other words, they're objects that would need to be parked and waiting, and even if they're taking up parking spaces, they might be advantageous to be able to sprinkle them around in the downtown. So I thought it was sort of a progressive approach. Station being very loosely defined.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, because a station is not a curb cut out.
But maybe it's a platform, right, for different types of loading. It's conceptually, do you have concerns with the changes?
Well, actually, I would need to go back and look more closely at how bus and rail passenger station is defined, but I just automatically assumed it meant station, and to me that just seemed highly unlikely or unreasonable, because a station is a place where multiple buses collect, lay over, and do all kinds of things, and I thought on Second there, especially on that side.
But I think the question is, if it's likely, it's not whether it's likely or unlikely, is it an appropriate use for that area? Right. It was. I think we had it when it was, it was okay for the east side in the last version. I think, right. Part of expanding the BC was kind of to expand the BC over to the west side of 2nd Street. So I'm assuming that those.
Yeah, that was definitely part of the rationale, that you regulate both sides of the street the same way.
I understand that, but I don't distinctly remember discussing bus stations on the west side of 2nd, and so unless I dive deeper into it, or maybe offline get more of an explanation from staff, no, that doesn't make sense to me. So I'm opposed to that, but it's not
Commissioner
going
Perry.
to hold up things.
I just wanted to get clarification. This particular use, this is not considered like a public use. So if Big Blue Bus had some kind of facility within this district, would it be regulated by this, or this is only private?
It would, public and private, so.
Public and private,
Yeah,
so.
both.
So, I mean, when I look at that, I could see the scenario where there would be some pretty unusual impacts on the area if there were a passenger station located really in any of these districts, particular impacts that might be appropriate for a CUP or an MUP. That in the city's experience, have we seen things like this, and are there kind of unusual conditions that need to be tailored to these types of cases?
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm just looking at the definition. It's ticket purchasing, waiting areas of the public right of way, accessory uses like cafes. So it could be. I think as we were just, I think thinking forward as to where where we're looking at the downtown as the most active area of downtown, where we're in a really transit-rich environment, and providing the opportunity for things that we don't even know about yet, and not precluding that. By prohibiting it.
By bringing bus operations further into the downtown, I'm incredulous. But I mean, I don't know. To me, just that's not. I don't feel like that's forward thinking at all. I think that's really bizarre, because especially since look, I'm very thankful that you let me have the opportunity to come circle back at some of the really big things that I wanted to discuss, and that was one of them. But
Okay, Commissioner Fresco would
I'm
like to...
absolutely willing to continue to review it on my own.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco would like to provide some input too.
Don't you remember the old Greyhound bus station? I think that was a single lot bus station with a really cool sign that is lost.
Where was it?
On Fifth Street.
Fifth Street, yeah.
But Fifth is not Second.
But you know, it's everything about transportation is changing now, and I think it'll be okay.
I would also just right, and I think that there's been a lot of there's been a lot of discussion, I think, about this idea of some kind of tram or some kind of circulator, right? I mean, I think that being a private endeavor is a possibility as well. So, Commissioner Kennedy, do you want to propose something specifically, or you want to think about it a little bit more, and maybe come back with something?
I'm happy to think about it more. I would be comfortable with a CUP type of a restriction, especially there on where it says, I'm specifically thinking of Second, not so much Fourth. But I'm willing
so
to... But it can't.
Why don't you come back with something?
It would have to be like another limitation that you'd have to write that would specifically address Second Street or something. So
why don't you talk to staff, and maybe you guys can think of.
I will. Okay, let me just take a look at my last bit here. Those were some of my main concerns, so.
All right, great.
That's it for now on those.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you.
So let's continue on with the other questions that staff has posed for us on this slide, which have to do with the active design standards for new construction, which are found on page 192. So these are standards that only apply to new development. And then let's also discuss on page 193 the pedestrian-oriented standards, which are standards that apply to new and existing development. So again, given how...
Are you starting on page 2 instead of page...
Did you say 192?
Talking
like this?
Page 192 is where these standards kick in.
I'm following what's up on the screen here.
Yep.
So 192, active design standards, and 193, pedestrian-oriented standards. I know that you can switch your pages. So again, let's start with the assumption that that generally the approach is something that the Commission is supportive of, but if there are concerns or proposed adjustments, let's talk through those ideas that you have now. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, can I ask you to start?
Yeah, it's very straightforward. It seems that it's getting to what we want to have, which is visibility, transparency, and it seems fine to me. I don't see there's any problems there.
Commissioner Fresco.
I'm looking
It's your
hold on.
microphone.
Well, this thing, okay, that's for later. Oh, this was just a technical wording thing on page 192 that I think, well, I had a question about it, and then it came up in letters, and probably staff knows. I haven't turned to the page. In number 2, just that first sentence, it says a minimum of 50 feet of depth on the ground floor commercial space shall be provided in these districts, and because it doesn't say commercial space is provided in these districts, it makes it sound like neighborhood village has to have it. You got
Yeah,
that?
right. I think
That's
we can
just-
clarify that.
Yeah. On page 193, there was on the bottom of the first column, the last thing, D, there was, the last sentence says, mirrored and highly reflective glass shall not be permitted at any level of the structure. And since this is about pedestrian-oriented design, I thought that was a funny place to put that. Maybe that goes in standards, because people who are designing their structures, if you don't want that on any level, it shouldn't be buried in the pedestrian-oriented design section.
Good point.
And also, but I'm not sure why you would want to say that everywhere. I mean, maybe the ARB should decide about if it goes on the upper levels. So, no, Stephanie doesn't want the ARB to decide. But then put it somewhere where you can find it if you don't want it on a building at all. Okay. And then the next one, page 193. In that same column, B1, it talks about articulated facades of the ground floor street frontage may include, and we have our modulation articulation above the ground floor, and we have another modulation articulation above that, and then we have our break articulation, and now we're articulating our articulation on the ground floor, and it's like really articulated. I would like to say variations or interest designed to be experienced by the pedestrian. And I would actually like to leave it a little more open. I don't think like actual physical articulation is as important as providing the interest. And again, I think, you know, I call these the Lego provisions, where you're putting in standards that make bumps in buildings where they might not necessarily look the best, but the standard requires them, and all of our buildings look like Lego. So I think this is a really small adjustment that will make people feel free to create variation in varied ways.
Is that among some of the comments that you have submitted to us in writing, Commissioner Fresco?
No, because I thought that one was more substantive, and I don't like to burden you with that.
Got it. Yeah, I think this is an interesting standard that really reads it more as like a guideline, right? Because it says it should include, but it's not required to. And what it's getting at is that level of ornamentation and detail at the pedestrian level.
Well, I think that, well, that's another thing is it just sort of talks, it's very kind of stand back-ish and standoffish about the building, and my suggestion was that it should be designed to be experienced from the pedestrian point of view, which gets at exactly that. So it's interesting for the pedestrian, and it can be a juxtaposition of solids and voids, it can be a change of materials, it could be a change in level or depth or plane or...
So can I try and clarify? So first of all, we're on 193 and we're talking about 3BI, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I'm deducing that your concern is with the language that it says articulated facade, but not necessarily with the language that follows, that these are all elements that you would be comfortable with a designer incorporating, but that there's another way to better describe these features or these approaches. Is that
right? I feel like it prescribes an actual notch in the building.
With the use of the word articulated?
Yes. I don't want them to have to put bumps and notches, so it looks like...
What's your language?
I said, my language is variations or interest designed to be experienced from the pedestrian point of view that may include but not necessarily require juxtaposition of materials or solids and voids or projecting elements such as awnings, marquees that provide shelter or shade.
Okay. What else do you got?
Okay.
Do you have a question, Commissioner Kennedy?
Well, I just would want, I definitely want to hear what staff's opinion is on that, but I also wonder if staff also has the same reading of that as that Lego style, you know, is the word articulated meaning all of those things that Commissioner Fresco was saying?
Well, I think, remember, we're talking about both new and existing development.
I had something else to say about that.
I'll let you say it, and then I'll come back to your question.
Which is, when you're starting to require articulation on an existing building that may or may not have it, it starts to become an incentive for sheathing of facades, which then starts to make ground floors look different, you know, if a new business moves in, look different from upper floors, and buildings get bifurcated, and historic fabric gets buried, and all kinds of terrible things happen.
To clarify that piece, the term articulated wasn't meant in this context to mean moving the plane of the facade back and forth, but the language that Commissioner Fresco proposed would certainly clarify that.
Stephanie, while you're there, this concern about sheathing, I mean, I guess I just wonder whether the that ARB's review would address that.
Sometimes it does. I mean, I've seen some pretty sheathed buildings in Santa Monica.
Having that in the DCP is helpful to have everyone understand what the expectation is, and then the ARB can help modify what's presented.
Thank you.
All right.
So I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I got your ideas here. One is about changing the language on 3BI. The other one is about moving the language related to the mirrored and highly reflective glass for the upper stories.
To more of a general standard.
Am I missing something?
And clarifying number 2 on page 192. Clarifying 2A.
3B, 2A, and BI. Am I allowed to talk about design guidelines?
No.
No?
Not right now.
Okay.
You are allowed, just not yet.
Okay.
We're going to stick to these standards that are on 192 and 193.
Then I'm done.
Okay. Are there any comments, concerns, feedback on the ideas that Commissioner Fresco has proposed?
Well, I had a feeling articulated wasn't meant that way, but if your language makes it clearer, I'm all for that, because I interpreted it, and then that's great that you caught it, because I don't want anybody else interpreting it.
Yeah.
So
you seek clarity.
Yeah. Can you explain 3? Is it my turn for a question?
No.
Sorry.
I just want to check and see if everyone is comfortable with the ideas that Commissioner Fresco has proposed. So,
yes.
Okay, great. Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Can you explain 3H? I don't understand the raised terrace in Zone 3 and 16 to 21 feet. Can you give me the Reader's Digest version on that? That is really confusing to me.
I'm going to pass this off to Jane. This is
because it does. I can't
a bit
even
of her baby.
visualize it based on what's already there.
This is just identifying a unique condition that's on Ocean Avenue. I think if you think of like the Georgian Hotel, and that's actually several businesses on Ocean that have these, you come up the stairs to a raised, whether it's a restaurant or the business or what have you, and it's just highlighting that it's different than other areas in downtown, and puts together a particular set of standards for that kind of a frontage.
So while that kind of frontage now exists, for example, in the Georgian, by having it in here, we're saying it can still exist. Go ahead, you can still do it.
Right, and if you, it says it's a frontage type permitted in the ocean transition, so we won't
Yeah,
want
I
to
know.
see that pop up on like Broadway, for
I
example.
know, I get that. So zone 3?
Yeah, Zone 3 is actually a reference to Chapter 2 earlier in the plan. Zone 3 is the part that is the setback, basically, between the building and the curb face. Sorry, between the building and the property line.
Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, question about the 30-foot bays. Is the idea on page 192 at the bottom, item D, is the idea that the exterior is going to, there's going to be some kind of vertical representation of where those breaks are?
Yes.
Okay. And if a particular project comes through with a different idea about that provision or anything else under this section, what options exist?
We don't have a modification to that at the moment, unless you can, yeah, I don't think so. And that was intentional. You know, we really heard a lot of feedback in this desire, particularly in new buildings, to you know, have that rhythm, that fine grain of you know, ground floor uses, and this was intended to get at that goal.
And is it only at the ground floor?
Only at the ground floor,
okay.
yes.
I see. All right.
May I ask a follow-up question to that? I apologize. Which is, so
It's an exterior. Right.
if for some reason, some unknown reason, because every site is different, there is a challenge in meeting these standards, there's no modification at all?
No, I mean, in general, if you look at the standards, they're not, I don't believe they're completely onerous. If you look at the new, you know, we're talking about transparency, depth, and, you know, what the experience is as a pedestrian walks by. The 30-foot bay doesn't mean that it's 30-foot individual spaces. It could certainly be a larger space behind it. It's just what it looks like on the outside and how that's expressed. So, you know, there's flexibility there. You know, we believe is present, and so the modification wasn't provided here.
There's modification in terms of how it gets achieved, is what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Commissioner Perry, I interrupted you.
Well, I was just going to raise that, the general concept of should there be an out for an unusual project? Should there be, you know, a course of action other than a DA that some of these design things get addressed in a different way?
That's certainly something you can consider. 30 feet is actually something that we see typically for a structural bay, so we don't anticipate that it would be onerous, because we don't expect that you would need a wider than that. You can have
And I
less
was
than that.
and I was speaking generally about the pedestrian-oriented active design standards. If there was some other way of achieving a pedestrian-friendly environment, if a project had an idea, you know, that did it a different way, do we provide for that?
Right now, the variety of options that are stated is the flexibility. Above that, there is not right now a modification.
Okay. So, I mean, to me, this ties into the building modulation questions and how much flexibility is the right amount. And perhaps after we go through that section, we'll circle back to this and talk about whether there should be excuse me, additional flexibility in the development standards that relate to design.
I mean, I think I would note in the pedestrian-oriented design, which is new and existing development, there are almost no quantifiable numbers in here. You know, it really talks about elements of the pedestrian experience, you know, where you have a commercial use, there is transparency, there's lighting, there's, maybe an awning, there's a primary entry facing the street. These are things that a business would typically want to do, we would think, and if they didn't, it would make for some very odd non-active street fronts. Transparency, if there's residential on the ground floor, that there be some addressing of the street of that unit. So it's not prescribing a depth, a width, a number to it. It's just saying have this element, and how you achieve that is up to you.
I appreciate that idea of kind of considering whether there should be a modification process as a whole when we get through maybe some of the other development standards. So. Commissioner McKinnon, do you have anything to add on these two? I guess I would just ask staff about we got some specific comments from Hank Koenig about these. Has staff had a chance to take a look at them? Do you have any concerns about the concerns that Hank raised? Does it make sense to make any changes based on these? I mean, I think some of this stuff it just appeared like clarifications, but.
Yeah, we actually did go through all of Hank's comments. I'm not speaking to the design guidelines because that's, I think, another night.
Yeah, and I'm really just looking, Jane, just 192 and 183 right now.
Cool. All right, great. And yeah, most of them were actually clarifications. There were a few clarifying questions. I guess the substantive thing, it was mostly like word changes, that we thought were fine. On 192, change ground floor pedestrian orientation. It was just rewriting the preamble to this section. I thought that, that was helpful. On also number 2C, there's a duplicate standard, so that would be deleted. On number 3A, the building street level frontage, there was a point raised that, where we're talking about featureless, no more than 50% can be featureless, and the point was raised that it's not wide enough for an exit door, where for lots less than 75 foot in width. So there was a suggestion there, and we'll take a closer look at that. And that's those two particular pages. There are others, but yeah, we did get a chance to look at the letter, yes.
Okay, great. Okay. I believe we're ready to move on from this slide. So, okay.
Where would you like to go?
Let's go to height and FAR. Let's dive in.
I am. So it's all about you.
Okay, so this slide kind of, as with all the questions from staff, is really asking about whether we're comfortable with the general approach that has been taken to height and density in the DCP. But I think where the rubber meets the road is in this matrix on page 181 that is defining the height and is defining the FAR for each one of these districts.
Yeah, let me actually slip to the table that shows the revisions.
Oh, great. That's something. So I'm happy, so I'm going to ask Commissioner Fresco to start, really just to mess with her. And happy to get your feedback and thoughts conceptually about the conceptual approach, but also about the specific proposals for height and FAR in the different districts.
So we're not talking about the forms and the modulations here. We're just talking about this chart.
Yeah, because I think the forms and modulations comes at with a different question, but let me, is that a different slide?
It's a different slide.
Modulation.
Yeah. I would say this, if somehow those, if you really need to talk about modulation and when you're talking about height and FAR, then that's fine. But I'd say specific recommendations, wait.
God, it's so hard to figure out what category they fall in. I mean, the only thing that has to do with height that I have a concern about has to do with part of a zone. Does that go here?
Sure.
Okay. I am not comfortable with including the GAMP area in the transit adjacent zone before we have done the GAMP thing. Whatever it is that we're going to do with that, it seems crazy to zone it and have all these heights and FARs in stone in this document, even though I know it's not a stone document, before we know exactly what we're going to do. I mean, it could just end up being more buildings, or, I mean, there's a landmark there. There's all kinds of different unusual variations in height in that area. I mean, one side of the street is many, many feet higher in elevation than the other, and 4th Street, I mean, and I don't know, I just feel it's premature. So I would like to not have any height determined for GAMP and just leave the interim section that says that you can go to 60 feet in the TA standards for now, but it's not decided.
I'm not
sure if I can even if we can even do that.
So can I tell you
Tell me things.
that the gateway sites, we can't leave them zoneless. So they've been assigned to the transit adjacent, and there's a specification on page 201 that states that gateway sites may request tier 2 development, up to tier 2 development standards only. So that takes you up to the 60 feet you just mentioned. So we're not allowing the full access of height in those areas.
I guess, it's that little thing in here somewhere that says that you can't change anything about heights in this thing unless there's a vote. That's the part that makes me really uncomfortable with committing. I don't know where this commission is going to go with that, but committing to a height for an area we haven't planned when you can't change it freaks me out. Just saying.
But Commissioner, that is the discussion we'll be having, I guess, next time round at some stage when we come to the unallocated big sites and what happens with all of those. So you'll still have a second bite of this cherry in due course.
I might get comfortable later.
Who knows?
So I just want to clarify, right, so a GAMP plan is going to come later. A GAMP plan will be a modification to this, and a GAMP plan will have to abide by whatever gets decided about how modifications to the plan happen.
That's right.
Okay, thank you for pointing that out.
Scary, huh?
We'll see.
We'll see.
Okay, did you have other?
No, that's my only height issue.
Okay.
So I have, I'm an advocate for lower buildings, and I've actually liked this idea of Commissioner Fresco's of holding the GAMP area to 60 feet, particularly given its health problems that are intractable in some ways.
Can I just clarify, though, it is held to 60 feet under this
it
proposal,
is held to
right?
60
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm saying that's a good thing.
Okay, thank you.
But one question I have is, why did the ocean front walk area go from 45 to 50 feet? What was the advantage of those extra 5 feet?
I think it was just to create consistency along the frame. So Ocean Transition, Wilshire Transition, and Lincoln Transition all have the same height standards.
Right. The reason I ask is that because right behind it there's a 60-foot potential zone in the 2nd Street area, then those buildings might be able to look over a 45-foot building, but they wouldn't be able to look over a 50-foot building because each of these buildings comes with all this stuff piled up on the roof. You know what I'm saying? So I'm wondering if there's a way of making Second Street more valuable if we could still live with 45 feet in the front along the ocean, so to speak.
I don't think that's anything we have considered in the planning. Again, I think our position is that we're unlikely to see a tremendous amount of change on Ocean Avenue.
There's a certain number of landmark buildings.
Certain number of landmark buildings, tall buildings. What we do have left we want to preserve, but we also want to create some consistency with the land use decisions that we make in terms of height, and having consistency along the periphery, I think, is a very strong argument, and it helps create recognizable transition piece to the downtown.
Okay, well, let me keep going. Without belaboring the point, the advantages of slower buildings are they're more resilient. They actually are energy efficient. They provide eyes on the street. They provide less shading and more sunlight. And they're also maintain something that's kind of unique about our downtown, that we don't have to try so hard when visitors come. They're trying to get away from the big buildings that they often live in other cities. So I think there'd be two ways of approaching it. One would be to take 10 feet off of all these standards except for the Tier 1, or would be take a quarter of a FAR off of everything above Tier 2. So I'm putting that out as a concept and see what kind of response I get.
Okay. Take 10 feet off, or take a quarter?
Or a quarter of the FAR. In other words, say, okay, if we're going to have height, let's have more space between the various towers that we're building. You know, it's funny that one of the architects was complaining that they were stuck between very tall buildings trying to build a building. Well, that's where we're all going to be, stuck between very tall buildings as we build the next generation of buildings that are coming up. So I'm putting that out as a concept, as a way of approaching it. Because in a funny sort of way, the real fun of architecture is the difference between how high you're allowed to go and how big you're allowed to go. So if you have a low FAR and a high height, you get very interesting buildings. If you have a low FAR, a low height, and a high FAR, you get boxes, basically. And that's the dynamic tension. I don't know if any of you have seen the Geary project in its latest iteration. Well, you see that building, and you know they're saying that building at 130 is actually, it has this, when you spread it out, it's only 39 feet high. So it's kind of an interesting approach. It's an interesting way of looking at it. I'm not advocating it, I'm just saying that's where you see it. You see the difference between a height and a low FAR, you get the interesting buildings. And so I'm willing to say, okay, if we're going to take the height, let's drop the FAR by a quarter and see where it goes.
So I'm going to suggest that rather than us all kind of talking about that concept as we kind of go through down the line here to talk about our concerns, that you also respond to what Commissioner Fonda Bernardi has offered up. That's okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
Are we specifically starting on page 181? Or are we answering these questions?
Or raising any proposals that or concerns that we have about the proposed heights and FARs. And Commissioner Fonda Bernardi has proposed that across the board we either lower a quarter FAR.
I heard him. Okay, gotcha. So before Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, got on the commission, I have often supported and advocated for lower FARs, and I definitely support him now in his suggestion. I think, and for the exact same reasons, and I'm not going to talk about it for a million years, but I think that reducing the FAR a quarter would be advantageous for the reasons that he mentioned. So that's something that I would support. And well, overall, I would say that there are there's a lot to like about what I've seen, but I am concerned about what Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi said, when you have too much of FAR, you end up with those buildings that are perhaps set back at the ground floor but bulge out on the upper levels. And to me, that seems like just such an odd development trend. But I think it's a result of that kind of standard. And so I would like to see us move away from that. And maybe that's a way to get at it.
So you want the buildings to come back out over, you want them to, the whole building to be set back, isn't it?
Yes, I'm hugely in favor of setbacks, and I'm not very much in favor of the standards that create wedding cake style buildings. But I do find the buildings that I've just mentioned, the ones that cantilever at the upper floors, cantilever over the ground floor because they bulge out at the upper floors, even if it doesn't come all the way to the parcel line, it's just the frontage line or something, it's still, to me, a very odd, like I said, a trend, which I'm sure is the wrong word, but it's a result of these standards. And so if these standards are going to do that at these FARs, I would definitely support reducing the FARs and advocate it for it.
Okay, so I'm hearing you support Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi's idea, maybe this idea about the setbacks can be addressed in the building modulation stuff.
Correct.
Commissioner McKinnon.
The interesting thing about this chart that we've got in front of us, both the heights and the FARs, is how moderate it is and how it weaves between those who would want nothing in the city to ever change and those who would want to go to 200 feet and have 6s and 7s. So one of the keys to our city now is that we do have a train, and so we have the transit adjacent area. And of course, the great thing to think about there is that's where we put the development that we have, which is the higher heights and the higher densities, which is why we endorsed 500 Broadway. And we want to activate that space, those areas, in different ways to the rest of the city. So the ocean transition, we're basically looking at 4 stories. And then we move higher into the city and it'll be 5 stories. But if you look at the neighbourhood village and you look at the FAR as promoted and you look at a typical 2-story development, you're basically looking at barely 60% of the lot being covered by the building. And we're not even beginning to talk about the design elements that will force setbacks and various other issues to come to the fore. That's not an envelope that's unbuildable, and it's not an envelope that gives us bad buildings. We have had a series of bad buildings in this city in the past with higher FARs and higher heights. But you do have to look at what we're trying to achieve here, and we're trying to achieve a city that has interesting buildings, that incentivizes the housing, and that is appropriate to the areas of the city that we're looking to place them into. So transit adjacent, yeah, 84 feet. That long-standing standard in our city is appropriate, just as a 4.0 is, but it's not the same on ocean transition, the ocean front. And so this argument's gone backwards and forwards. But a year ago in January, Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi, we struck an agreement that night between the various competing ideas that were there that seemed to work out. And what surprised me was that we've had 2 versions of the downtown community plan, and one of them moved away from them, but this one has come back to them. The extraordinary thing is that there are still 3 gaps, these big sites that we'll come to on another day. But if you're looking at a very careful, common sense approach that will give us the horizontal city that we're looking for but provide enough substance for people to build, these heights and these FARs give it to us. And I also believe on the 3 big sites that these would be very good starting points for the zoning to cover these. But we will revisit that some other time. So
what is the that in this case? Revisit. What's the DAT refer to?
Oh, we'll revisit the big sites and how we treat them
Okay.
another day, because I've got a whole big speech on that. So you don't want to hear it right now. I don't want to preview it, but you know, it's coming, gentlemen.
Too late. It's been previewed.
So I would support these, and I think we should move to implement them, but I'll look forward to the rest of the commission.
Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, well, the idea of reducing FAR really with our pro-housing strategy here means less housing in the downtown, near transit. And I don't see the compelling reason to make that shift. Now, the point that Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi raises about design, and obviously you can increase the height in relation to the FAR to achieve that design goal. That question of do we have the right heights for the FAR and for the other development standards that are applied, that would be applied to projects in the downtown, I think that's a very important question, and I am concerned when I hear members of the public saying, we've looked at it, and the FAR is not achievable under the height and other standards, because that tells me that there may not be the proper relationship between the FAR and the height, because as Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi says, you get a whole lot more options, and the other standards become less impactful if there's empty space within the building envelope where you can't fill the glass with building. So staff, my understanding is that from your analysis that the FAR is achievable under the heights and the development standards. Can you confirm that?
Yeah. So the steady march to develop the DCP over several years has obviously resulted in a lot of analysis about height FAR. The previous version had a different system for regulating buildings. This is the floor plate ratios, different ratios for different floors. When we suggested changes to the heights in the Bayside Conservation District, and I should mention those FARs were achievable, and nobody contested that. When we made the changes to the Bayside Conservation District in the recent plan, the reduction of height, we made a commensurate reduction in FAR, so that relationship was intact. We did the same with the Lincoln, east side of Lincoln, and tonight we've added the Wilshire transition to the mix. So again, we are all careful to balance the relationship between height and FAR in every version of the plan that we've produced, going on 4 now.
So and you've done the modeling not just with height and FAR, but with the other
design standards built in.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I mean, that obviously is a great reassurance, and sounds like we're going to hear more from the community on that point. But knowing that staff has looked at it and that there is room within the zoning here for the kind of design freedom that we're looking for, leaves me saying that we've struck it right here, and that there isn't a compelling reason to make a change in height and FARs.
Can I respond to that? The difference between what I'm proposing and what you're getting is somewhere between 9 and 6%. So it's a very modest shift in the interest of essentially relieving a lot of the pressure that we've created by these FARs. And if in fact they're not achievable, I don't think they're not achievable, but let me make that clear. But the idea that there should be a little more wiggle room, like you say, not filling the glass as much, is a valuable design component. You know, we did have a hearing in one of our workshops where a man that had a lot of experience has presented the idea, if you have an 84-foot height, you will get 84 feet. That's just what you're going to get. That's the nature of the beast. You're not going to get less than that. So the only other vehicle that we have for creating interest is easing up on the FARs, and I think it's valuable to take a 9 to 6% hit on our available housing to get more interesting buildings. So in fact, we do get a better city that way, because it is still attractive to all the people who live here and all of our visitors.
I have a question about that. When you say that in the scenario where you have a height limit of 84 feet, but the FAR is properly positioned for it, why would you necessarily end up with buildings that are 84 feet high?
Well, I think everybody loves the height. Once you have the elevator there, you're going to go up as high as you can. You're going to get the views. It's going to increase your rent. You know what I'm saying? In other words, that's the nature of the beast. It's like it wants that height. There is a race to the sky. So that's not a bad thing. It's just the way it is.
Can I clarify, though, Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, that it is 84 feet right now, and we're not getting 84-foot buildings?
Well, we're not getting 84-foot buildings yet, but they're there. They're waiting to come up.
But I feel like the height limit's been 84 feet for like 20 years.
Right, and the reason we have not been getting building is all this litany of complaints about how difficult it is to get things built, and when you have a cash cow at 1 or 2 stories, why should you take the risk to go up to 4 or 5, 6 stories or 7 stories? That's what's been happening. That's the story here, is that there's a great deal of stability, but that stability is not going to last for long unless there's a major recession.
I'm going to argue with you one more time, though, which is that even places there where we've seen redevelopment on a site that allowed for 84 feet, we didn't necessarily get an 84-foot building. We got a 60-foot building.
Okay. So that's not a bad thing, but keep going.
No, I guess I'm just saying, so, you don't necessarily get, there's other considerations, right? You don't necessarily get an 84-foot building just because the standards are 84 feet. Right? There's all that construction type and cost decision that goes into it. I, as you would imagine, I'm generally comfortable with what is being proposed in this final draft DCP. I feel a little dumb because I actually have a question. It's like one of these things that, like, oh, I guess I didn't look at that closely enough. So, neighborhood village, I feel like, like we're looking for a rich amount of development in that area. In looking at some past information that staff has provided, a lot of the buildings that have been built in downtown to a 60-foot height limit have an FAR that's more around 3.5. So I'm curious about why we went to 3.25 in the neighborhood village when, in the BC 2nd and 4th Street, we were comfortable with 3.5.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the answer is somewhat proximate to the profile of the downtown. As if we look at it in a cross section, ramping up from Ocean Avenue at 50 feet, hitting 60 over the basic conservation, and then starting to transition both in height and scale as we move back towards the mid-city rear side of Lincoln. So there's probably been a variety of explanations over the years why Neighborhood Village isn't trued up with what we now refer to as 2nd and 4th Street Bayside Conservation, but I suspect it is a matter of the profile of the downtown and just sort of retaining more activity in the center as opposed to the edges.
Okay. So for the sake of, getting a little bit more housing development, I would propose that we go to 3.5 in the neighborhood village. Again, I think between the 60-foot height and the modulation standards that staff is proposing, that the scale, any scale concerns or massing concerns would be adequately addressed, and we could get a few more units in there. So that's one proposal I would throw out to the commission. The other is that I guess the transition zones in general, but the Lincoln in particular, it seems like these are major streets where a 60-foot, a 5-story, 60-foot building would not feel overwhelming, and that in using the, I forgot what, there's a name for it here, in using the building height transition to residential districts standard that was incorporated into the zoning code and has been moved over into the DCP, that is a way to both allow for development, kind of a rich urban development style from the commercial side, right, from the Wilshire side or from the Lincoln Boulevard side, but also to allow for protection of the residential neighborhoods. So I would also ask the Commission to consider or reconsider these reductions in the FAR, in the height, in these transition zones, because I feel like the building envelope standards serve to address the concern about transition to the residential neighborhoods. So 2 proposals I'm throwing out for Commission's consideration.
Could I just ask, for the sake of clarity, are you proposing that we go back to a very straight application of the mixed-use boulevard standards on Lincoln Boulevard, not differentiating between the east or the west, or increasing the FAR?
No,
okay.
Just that the east is the same as the west.
Got it. So 60 feet tall and
2.75
on both sides. Okay.
Commissioner Fresco, you can provide feedback to Commissioner Fondo Bernardi's proposal and my proposal.
I'm going to stand by my original comment.
Which is aside from the GAMP concern, you're comfortable with what is proposed in the DCP?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Chair Anderson, could I ask, just for another point of clarification, the proposal for Lincoln is that the commercial projects cannot achieve the height and the FAR. Do you also suggest that we flatten that out so that housing and commercial have the same standards?
I think what I'm saying is just whatever you're applying to the west, apply to the east. That's probably the best way to. Okay.
Got it.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi, do you want to respond to my proposal?
Well, guess what? It's Lincoln is already an overloaded street. It's going to be a total gridlock. Over 75% of the people in the downtown area drive their cars today to go to work. We're really, deluding ourselves on some level on these things. And Lincoln Boulevard is an entry point to our city, whether you're coming from the light rail or whether you're coming from the freeway, could use some softening. It could use some gradations. It could use, you don't want to, slam into those 84 feet right away. So I like the idea of creeping up to them from 50 to 60. So I don't think it's a good idea, basically.
Commissioner Perry.
Does staff have the map of the build-out analysis that we can take a look at?
Unfortunately, we don't.
Okay, well, I'm looking at page 290, if that's the best page to look at for that question. And if I'm interpreting this incorrectly, I ask for correction. That as we're looking at this map, we look at Lincoln Boulevard on the east side, there's very little expected to change. And
So are you talking about the east side
yes, the east side
of Lincoln?
Right. Other than what has already moved forward
Right.
toward the southern end, there's very little that is, in these words, in the map's words, considered to have potential to change. And there are some sites that are unlikely to change. Quite a few sites considered unlikely to change.
Okay.
And we look at the north side of Wilshire Boulevard, and there is essentially nothing that is expected to change. So while I think that the standards that Commissioner Anderson is putting forward make a lot of sense, and a lot of thought went into them during the loose process, I don't think there is much to be gained here. And so for that reason, I would suggest that we stick with what's in the draft plan.
Commissioner McKinnon.
Stick with what's in the plan.
Okay, do you guys have feedback about switching neighborhood village to 3.5?
The great thing about this is that when we started this process, people on this commission and in the community were incredibly far apart. And we got to a point last year where they were incredibly close, that Commissioner Fonda Bernardi's talking about 0.25 change, and you're talking about 0.25. In totality, 50 basis points indicates how close we are. This is the sweet spot. And if we go with this, most people will be relatively happy. Not everybody, I agree. So I'm sticking with this.
I mean, I would suggest the change because it does tie into our drive, our need for housing production, with the caveat that, this question of does the FAR and height relationship really allow for design flexibility, which and that question would also apply to the to 2nd and 4th Street.
So are you potentially saying that we back off 3.5 on 2nd and 4th Street?
Well, I mean, the question, and again, staff is assuring us that that the answer is these are appropriate FARs and heights. That to me is the only thing that would interfere with moving up to 3.5. Do I need to say that differently?
Yes.
Okay. 3.5, if we find that 3.5 at 60 feet is problematic, then we should not make the change from a design standpoint. We should not make the shift in NV, and on 2nd and 4th Street, we should reconsider the FAR there.
And through what process are we determining that? Staff doing more analysis?
Staff is not doing more analysis. Staff has done their analysis, and that gives us good ground to stand on for this conversation. Members of the community, many of which have a stake in building more, are telling us that the FARs are not achievable, and we are asking them to show us, demonstrate that it's not achievable, and barring some kind of revelation through that, I'm comfortable with moving up to 3.5 for NV.
Okay. So, as expected, there's a little bit of difference of opinion on the commission, but not, I would summarize as not vast, right? That
Jennifer respond to your suggestion?
I don't need, I know Jennifer's opinion. No. It was made clear in her supporting Mario's opinion. You weren't offended, were you? Okay. Okay. So I would say, in general, 3 to 4 commissioners express support for what is proposed in the DCP. There's a little bit of interest in perhaps looking at some minor adjustments upward, and then there's 2 commissioners who are interested in lowering the standards.
Okay. Well, I think what we can do is we can get our calculators out and maybe report back next week if that pleases the commission about the ability for a site to take on the additional 0.25 FAR, which I think really equates to about was it 3,700 square feet, 4 units. It's not that big.
Yeah, and I think Commissioner Perry's expectation that we might hear some more feedback from the architecture community is a good one. Commissioner McKinnon.
And it's always useful to have more thinking and analysis and discussion, always more discussion. But I certainly heard on Commissioner Fonda Bernardi's suggestion 2 people might support him on that, lowering it, and 4 that were against. And on your suggestion on raising it, 2 that were in favour and 4 that were against, which suggests to me that we are where we were, backing the proposal that was put to us this evening. And there's no vast support that would direct us to direct you to go out and change. So you can have the discussion. Of course, Commissioner Lambert will be with us next week, but I'm not thinking that'll change anything either way, given that I do know exactly where she stands on these issues.
So I think it's worth taking a quick break, and great job, staff, for getting us to a place on some very hard issues that most people seem to be comfortable with. So,
great.
Okay, we're going to take an 8-minute break.
And perhaps the cookies could be distributed to the Commission.
Yeah.
They're looking pretty hungry down at this end, right? I know you're buying the audience there.
It's working.
So, looks like we're going to run into 11:30. So are you still up for a night ride, or are you? I see. Okay. 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 Sure. Sure. That's fine. Plus, it'll be easier for you to get up in the morning because you're still 2 hours ahead of us. Exactly. Yeah. All right. And you would take it. All right. I'll see you. Bye bye. Yeah.
All right, we'll get back to work in 1 minute. For the diehards that are still here.
Yeah, these chairs are pretty terrible. Oh. How you holding up? What page are you on in your notes?
No, I think we're done. Do you feel like there's other things that might need to cover? So I would say, no, I don't. So I would say that we go into modulation. I can just call it.
How are you? How is the board doing? How are you surviving your second night? Is it okay, or is it just dreadful? I'm going to bring cookies next. I'm going to bring cookies next week. I'm going to bring cookies for the whole commissioner. Because you know what?
You're nice.
Well, sometimes.
The Landmarks Commission back in the early days when my kids were little, I baked all the time.
Did you?
So I would bring.
Yes.
And after a certain point, everybody kind of got middle-aged on the commission, and nobody wanted to have sweets anymore.
No, yeah, cookies are like illegal, right? Well, I'll bring bananas
Cupcakes.
And I'll bring cookies. How about that? And apples.
There are times like this when fruit is not appropriate. You need it in
So some people it is. If you don't bring it, you're considered a bad person.
I see.
Put sugar in it. But when Peter was walking around with cookies, I'm like, now that's nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
All right.
I'm going to go home.
Yeah.
Good luck with this.
Bye.
Okay, let's smoke it.
What'd you say?
I said, let's smoke it. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I know.
We're
Everybody's, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Kennedy.
Everyone's so friendly.
You guys ready?
I didn't say that.
Okay, great. We're going to call the meeting back to order. If commissioners could join us
here at the table. So we were going to move on to the discussion regarding building modulation, but I know Commissioner Perry raised a couple of kind of vaguely height-related comments that he wanted to make before we went to the building modulation.
Yes, and perhaps this is something that staff could speak to when we come back next Wednesday. The question that was raised in the public testimony, why are there not additional height bonuses and FAR bonuses for affordable housing? So unless you want to take that on now, we could.
Yeah, I think we'll come back to that in the interest of time, and we can tackle it when we talk about process on the 17th.
Great.
Seems like a good time.
Thank you.
Chair, I had a question on this.
Yes, Commissioner McKinnon.
So when Mr. Falonis was here, he made an impassioned speech about modulations and side setbacks and side whatevers, so on. How do you respond to the comments that he made?
I respond by asking Stephanie Reich to respond.
So the intent of that modulation standard was to be when a new building is adjacent to a shorter building, there would be some modulation, not so that if a 5-story building is going against a 5-story building, there would be modulation on the side. So that presumably a lower building could be there for another couple of decades, and we don't want to look at a 5-story blank wall. So that's the intent of that side modulation standard.
Sure.
Right. Well, he's built quite a lot of buildings here, and he was certainly impassioned about it. And I was trying to understand why he was so strongly against what was in these standards, and what your take and reaction to it was. He was asking for us to look at it a bit more.
So my understanding is that, and I've talked at length with Mr. Falonis on this point, he has at least one project that has open space in the middle and pushes the units out onto the side, which wouldn't work quite as well if that modulation standard was in place. So we do have a provision that says alternative compliance is permissible if the Architectural Review Board finds that that is in the best interests of the design.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fresco.
I don't need to answer. Never mind. I answered it.
Commissioner Perry.
So you're saying that number 5 on page 188, is that the part that only applies if the building next door is a smaller building?
That was the intent, and we got that right in the diagram, but need to clarify that in the text.
Okay, so that's just something that we'll see in the errata sheet.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Stephanie or Peter, could you also just clarify where, or maybe you could just answer this question right again, back to this question of modifications or flexibility. Does section C, beginning on 186, is there an allowance for flexibility across the board in terms of, if there's challenges in meeting these, the ARB can look at an alternative, or is it just specific sections?
I believe that's CA, an alternative configuration can be approved. Is that the build-to line?
So that's just the build-to line.
So it's
Oh. This one?
Yeah,
So
so we're,
the way this is set up is that there's a requirement for a build-to line, and that speaks really to the ground floor. We want to make, one of the guiding principles that, as we were developing these standards, was that we already have a building setback at the ground floor. We weren't trying to encourage people to keep setting it back and have sort of a building overhanging the ground floor. So the intent of this was to ensure that we establish that ground floor, that strong presence at the street at the ground floor, so that build-to line speaks to that standard. And there's an alternative configuration, so there's a modification for that, with certain findings. Moving between above the ground floor and 39 feet, that's that establishing that 3 to 4 story street wall. There are modulation requirements there. And if it's in a 50 or 60 foot high district, so basically most of the downtown, other than the transit adjacent, there's an alternative compliance mechanism where instead of the 15% and 35% of facade modulation, it's 25% of the entire facade. So, and again, that is with a particular finding of the Planning Commission or the ARB, and that would be reviewed together with the discretionary permit or whatever planning entitlement was being sought at that time. That alternative compliance is not offered for an 84-foot high district, because for those taller, larger buildings, we wanted to ensure that that modulation requirement was more set and less of the flexibility for the 50 and 60-foot high buildings. And as we indicated, the minimum side interior step back is something that needs to be add some words there to describe the intent appropriately. Yeah, that's pretty much how the modifications work.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we cut to the chase? Because the operant number is 3 feet. That's the question mark. Yeah.
Go for it.
And so I would like to stretch that to at least 5 feet and maybe 6 feet on the 84-foot height districts, just to get, because it just seems little tiny sliver of a step.
All of them to 5 feet, or just the upper levels?
No, wherever it says right here, like number 6, minimum setback depth is 5 feet. The sides are 5 feet, that's fine. We're page 186.
187. So you're talking about here, 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 and here?
Well, this one here, I'm saying the 84
I'm talking
feet.
about the words, not the picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi is proposing on page 186, under the building modulation standards, that 2A not be 3 feet, but be 5 feet, 2B not be 3 feet, but be 6 feet,
Right.
3A be 5 feet, and 3B be 6 feet. Are there other proposed changes to the building modulation standards that you would offer, Commissioner?
Well, I don't know where
Fonda-Bernardi?
this comes in, but I would like to monkey with the floor height, the first floor height, and make a 10-foot minimum and a 20-foot maximum by right, and then let everybody sort of work it out with their particular client and a particular slope of their site. But I think that's coming up later. It's not on the agenda today. Or is it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question. Where is the?
I think we passed it, but
Yeah, 'cause
it's
it's
certainly
in
relevant
the
to
matrix.
the discussion.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Right.
fine.
And if you need any background, we brought with us a short study on ground floor heights in the downtown, if that would be instructive to the conversation. If it's too much, we totally understand.
Yeah, hold on one second. Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi again, 10-foot minimum,
Yeah, and 20-foot maximum,
20-foot maximum.
which is what we're allowing by major and minor mod. Just write it in, basically.
Can not have to go through the modification is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
Can we just speak a little bit to the why we ended up on 16 feet, so that there's some understanding, because it was not arbitrary. Was the 11-foot and 16-foot was intended to provide flexibility for the diversity of the most common kinds of uses we see downtown. So that's really thinking about how the commercial space functions. The other sort of unintended consequence we've seen from The existing standards of like 18 and 20 feet and the kind of high volume first floors we're seeing is that we're seeing residential units tucked in behind these commercial spaces in the mezzanine level, creating some very odd configurations, units, stuffed between the commercial space and the elevator shaft on the ground floor or in the mezzanine level. And that has, been, I think, a concern as staff has seen on these plans, and you've certainly seen it in some of the housing projects that have come forward. And so the 16-foot maximum was intended to discourage, the placement of those kinds of units, so that the ground floor really is reserved for, some kind of, the commercial use or lobby or what have you, and then the residential units are appropriately placed, around in a livable area of the building.
Why don't we want residential on the ground floor?
That residential at the ground floor, when it's tucked back behind the commercial space, has a tough job getting light and air to it, and they tend to be very substandard units.
Commissioner Kennedy, do you have a...
Well, the 11-foot minimum and 16-foot maximum is actually something that I support. And I just in general agree with all of the reasoning and the research that staff has done in this. And this is something that we have talked about a lot. And I would be a little bit nervous about giving that leeway in there. I mean, listening to all the speakers this evening and listening to staff and the presentations and the conversation, I mean, you don't want to design so that everything can be a grocery store and then hope we get all these other things. I think that this 11, that's just one example, and to illustrate the fact that, this range to me seems the most workable. It's not for everything, but it's going to capture a lot, and so it has this broad applicability that works.
And what about the question about the step backs?
Oh, the going from 3 to 5 and 3 to 6 on page. I can support that. And I also have a question of staff about this. This topic is a good time to bring up the potential increasing percentage that you proposed in the staff report, where you played with the 5 feet or 5%, and you said, well, what if it was 10%, and as the building grows, it could be 15%. That was very intriguing to me, and I think so I'm not a big fan of combining parcels. And aside from the bigger, broader issues about doing that, I think that concept is a good concept.
Is that a question or endorsement?
It's kind of an endorsement, but
can you walk us through it again?
Yeah, I can. We'll go back to the beginning. Is that it was really in the modeling that we discovered the shortcomings of the linear foot-based approach.
It seems like this is an improvement.
Right, because as the buildings grow in width, that remains constant. That 10 feet remains constant. But if we switch to a percentage base, then there's a relationship that remains intact. The larger the building, the larger the hole, the larger the break. And so I think the conversation is two-part here. Is do we want to move from a static, linear, 10-foot wide, 5-foot deep type of standard, or do we want to move to a percentage-based standard? And if it's percentage-based, where are we at? 10, 12, 15?
So that's interesting that you brought that up, because the reason why I wanted to bring it up was to say, interestingly enough, was to say that maybe 12 and some multiple of that, or however it would, ratchet up. 10 seems a little bit small when I think your example was like when you get to 3 parcels or more, I think is what you said. But
right, it's 150 feet wide, so 12% would be 18 feet. Agree with me?
So here's my question, and it has to be a continuous percentage?
Can I just, 2 seconds? We're on page 188.
Right.
Item section 6, maximum unbroken primary facade length.
right? So you're
That's correct. Yeah, this is the maximum.
proposing a potential
unbroken primary.
adjustment to that standard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, for consideration, I think it's, you know, it's late in the process, so I don't want to make too fine a point on it, but everything else is based on percentages in the modulation approach. So it seems appropriate to at least suggest it for Planning Commission's consideration.
And again, so is it, and it has to be continuous, so like you couldn't do 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
It is a single break in
It's a single break.
every 150 feet, and you could play around with its location. And one of the benefits of this is that it begins to provide views into the project and from in the project outside. And you know, we were thinking that if this is something that you're interested in pursuing, we could apply to make it more attractive to the project applicant. We could provide some type of incentive to connect this to an interior open space. We could maybe count towards open space, which I think would lessen the burden on the project as a whole.
Seems like it has. I just like the idea of the percent. I like the idea of it scaling up because it seems like it would be visually proportional.
And I'm sorry, Peter, are you proposing a certain percentage, or is that something you still?
No. In fact, I think the pictures these are basic massing models, so they don't have the adornment of windows and doors, but I think volumetrically you can begin to get a sense of the difference. We could quickly do some calculations to tell you exactly how many square feet or how many linear feet that 15% ends up being on a 150 foot long building. That would be 22.5, thank you, Mario, as opposed to the 18 that we get, or I'm sorry, the 15 that we get with 10%, which could actually make all the difference.
Peter, I'm a little confused by these illustrations because when I look at the standard, or maybe you're proposing another change that I'm just not following, that what's in here now is that it'd be 5 feet, a minimum of 5 feet deep.
Right, and I think what we're showing here is the possibility rather than the standard. So the standard itself, I'll bring it back, is shown here, right? This is the 10 feet wide by 5 feet deep. It is a break in the building. And I think with all these standards, these modulation standards, they're minimums, right? These are the minimum requirements. But a talented designer, a willing developer can begin to use these as reference points to create something greater. And we know that Mr. Falonis has a project where he has taken this concept and run with it. It actually inspired our thinking for this standard, perhaps to his chagrin. But nonetheless, there it is. It is an opportunity to create something out of a basic standard that is a usable space. So we tried not to make this very seductive on purpose because it's just a massing model, but it does stimulate the conversation.
Do you have any further questions, feedback?
I'll just say the reason why I like it is because it actually provides more. It's not just a feature to trick your eye. It's kind of like it provides something in the end in this way.
Yeah, I mean, if we went to a percentage system, I think it would be useful because obviously as the building grows, you don't want a little pimple on this thing. You want it to actually make a difference. So I think a 15% standard would be very, very workable. I mean, it would create openings that are worthwhile, and they would be useful openings, let's say. If it became an opening, it doesn't have to be, but it could.
Hey, Commissioner Fresco.
This was an area I had a particular problem with, so I thought the percentage solution was especially delightful. And I just wanted to add that on page 186, 8 towards the top, talks about breaks counting towards open space, and I would feel very warmly if that said that it breaks would count towards open space if they connected to an interior open space. Because bringing, the whole purpose of all these breaks, it says in the beginning of the modulation section, is to ensure light and air into buildings and down to the street. And so we really want to incentivize that.
And
So,
sorry, can you clarify where it says it does count?
On page 186, 8,
Uh-huh.
which is at the top of the left column. And I'm wholeheartedly in support of Mario's suggestion about the depth of the modulations. May I add to that?
So,
And-
can I just, sorry.
Yeah, no, you take your time, get it right.
So you don't want the breaks to count towards open space?
Unless they connect to an interior open space.
Okay. And do you have an opinion about the percentage?
I love the percentage. I was very concerned that these shallow modulations of slightly varying widths that were not required to be open to the sky were going to end up in pockmarked buildings, which leads me to my next thing, which is if it's not required, then why don't we just shut up about it? I don't understand why we say maybe there's a reason to say that it's not required to be open to the sky. I mean,
To require it to be open to the sky would not provide the level of design.
I'm not suggesting we require it. I want to know why we said we're not requiring it.
We're saying we're not requiring it to be open to the sky because requiring it to be open to the sky would potentially reduce design innovation and potential significantly.
But why wouldn't we just not say anything? I feel like it's a suggestion when you say it's not required to do something. It's like
Typically, when you provide a step back, it's assumed to be open to the sky.
Is that true? Yeah, she agrees.
I think it's just it's sort of unlearning, from the city's like our historic standards. This idea of open to the sky is so ingrained not only in staff's minds but probably our applicants as well. So we just wanted to be clear about the intent.
Fair enough. I don't have those ingrained things. I just read the words. Okay, beautiful.
Okay, we got a lot of potential changes piling up here. So Commissioner Perry, Commissioner McKinnon, do you want to opine on what's already on the floor?
Oh, we were discussing dinner.
And
No. Mine is a slightly tangential but still important question. So we increase the setbacks and whatever at the upper levels. At least a couple of the architects that have spoken this evening build different sorts of buildings. They often build modernist buildings which are straight up and down. Is there some mechanism in here that I've missed or that's available that would enable them to dispense with the setback in a certain circumstance?
It's the alternative step back compliant
You
for
feel that-
districts with
you
50
feel
to
that
60.
covers it, right?
Also, a development agreement would.
Well, no, I understand the development agreement.
Right.
Even I get that. But it may not be, you might not want to rise to that level. They just may design for a corner, a building which is entirely appropriate in the circumstances, but we've got the setbacks there. We had that 6 years ago at 4th and Broadway. The building wasn't built, but it was okay for that circumstance. Not something we want everywhere. Is it covered for them to come to you and
I believe that that standard 4 that Jane pointed out covers the alternative compliance for the
in which
primary
case I can support
setback.
Commissioner
step
Fonda
backs.
Bernardi's suggestion? I think that's a reasonable thing.
okay, I'm going to, what about the floor to floor heights, minimums and maximums? Do you have an opinion about that? Commissioner Fonda Bernardi was suggesting 10 minimum, 20 maximum instead of the staff proposal of 11 and 16.
I'll stick to 11 to 6. I'll stick to 11 to 16.
And what do you think about this alternative proposal for using the percentage for the maximum unbroken primary facade length?
I can go for that, but we will have to revisit that, I suspect, because I'd like to see what the consequences are of that. And perhaps that's something you think about and talk to us about next week.
Commissioner Perry?
Yeah, I support all the changes proposed except for the modification to the ground floor height. 1116 seems right. I do question whether we should be shutting the door to this mezzanine arrangement that can be achieved with the higher ground floor heights, provided there is a certain amount of light and air that's accessible to those units. So I wonder if that is a way of approaching the problem rather than limiting it to, putting it in the standard of 16 feet max. But barring that, I think that the minimum and maximum makes sense.
Okay, I too am comfortable with the change to the minimum step back depth, and open to, it sounds like we want staff to come back to us with some more specifics on the maximum unbroken primary facade length. Okay. I mean, I guess the other thing I would throw out is whether the 10-foot depth is an adequate minimum. Oh, 5. That's what I meant. Right, because that, to me, that doesn't really seem like a break in the facade if it's only 5 feet.
What would you suggest?
I don't know. Something deeper.
For the side, do you think 5 is too shallow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Right, because this is a thing that's designed to help the building look like it has a smaller floor plate, right? And 5 feet doesn't necessarily do that. I guess there's also, I mean, you're showing. I'm right here, Jennifer.
I know.
We're talking about the maximum unbroken primary facade length and whether the 5-foot depth is
Oh, that 5 feet.
deep enough.
Well, can't that also, wouldn't that also ratchet up the percentage?
No. The percentage change we're talking about is the width.
Yeah, but, okay, so I kind of.
I know. Yeah, I think if there is a relationship between the 10 feet and the 5 feet. We originally had this at the ground floor, and it was creating all kinds of problems with recessed alcoves, and at some point it might have even been 15 feet back, unless it is actually used as a hole in the building to access some type of interior space. Then I think our recommendation is to keep it at 5 feet, so we don't create dark shadows, which would have its own set of issues.
Well, because you're saying this is at the ground floor.
No, I'm not saying that. I said we discovered an issue with greater depth when we had positioned this at the ground floor, because that's kind of how our brains work, thinking about what would this be like if it were just over there, a 15-foot deep, 10-foot wide space. Not a good place to be. And I think that is also true for the upper floors, like what it would do to the building is probably problematic, and then what it does for those interior spaces that would face out onto it, it would just be a dark place.
But I hear what you're saying is that if we're going to the percentages and that creates a break that's wider, perhaps something of slightly more depth is appropriate?
Well, I think
you're recommending we stay at 5.
I think we stay at 5 as a minimum, just as a way to not expose any unintended consequences of something like this. Now, if the designer connects it to the interior space, obviously it's now a hole, it's not a notch, and that's a completely different condition.
Okay. I think I like the building design implications, right? Like, it's back to this whole thing of like, we're changing the envelope when we do this, right? And so we're losing building space where there could be people living. So that's the other side to this. You're going to come back.
We'll be back with a little bit more information.
Okay. Everything that's been presented already, we've opined on, right?
Did you say what you liked about the ground floor, personally?
The ground floor.
First floor height?
Oh, I
Did you
didn't
answer?
care.
You don't care?
But it sounded like most of the commissioners were comfortable with what staff had proposed. Okay, Commissioner Fresco, you have some more stuff. I guess I would just point out that I think this is the moment to raise any additional concerns or comments or proposals that anyone might have with regard to any of the other development standards that are in the table on page, that starts on page 181, right? Like if someone doesn't like the minimum parcel size. It's a joke. Commissioner Fresco.
I was interested, I know you're talking a lot about the whole idea of starting designs from a concept instead of from the regulations, but I didn't see the words of that in here enough, and I found a few opportunities to insert just some encouragement in that area. So the first one is at the very beginning of this section in the purpose. There's a bunch of bullets with all kinds of things that are purpose, and maybe one of our purposes would be to provide opportunities for a high level of architectural innovation and creativity to enhance downtown as a place of beauty and sophistication. I'm so jealous of Venice. I want their cool buildings. On page 186, I found another opportunity. Oh, in the building modulation standards, just in that first little introductory section, it says, in order to modulate building mass, new buildings or additions to existing buildings shall be designed in 3 dimensions, and then I would add the words, expressing the design concept on the front and sides. And those, it doesn't change anything, it just reminds people what we want them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then I have one more technical thing, and that's back to the modulations in C2 and 3. In the Bayside District, I would like to see that level change happen at 30 feet and not 39 feet, because that's actually consistent with what's there. It's all 1- and 2-story buildings, and the old Bayside plan had it at 30 feet, so there's a lot of newer buildings that also have that break at 30 feet, and I'm all for preservation in that area, so I wanted to continue that vibe.
When we looked at it, it looked to us like it was closer to 39, the existing condition.
Well, they were 2 floors, and I was there today and I looked again.
Again, we walked the streets and most, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll take some pictures and I'll come back next time, because I think that that's what the old book says, and that's what I see, so.
Can I urge you to bring those to staff?
I will do that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna bring your slides.
Yeah, good. Commissioner McKinnon.
I had a couple of questions that arise out of the public testimony. We had a Mr. Darrow who's always interested in bikes, who raised the issue of secure ground floor bike parking. How would that play into this? What do we need to do?
So the zoning ordinances standards for bike parking still apply. Those are not changed. It would apply in new development. And ground level bike rooms don't count towards floor area. So that is an incentive, that is in there. And we have seen that actually in a lot of our more recent housing projects, this notion of some of the secured bike parking at the ground floor and then some in the subterranean levels.
So I was just having a look in here. Is there a link in here to that?
Yes, yeah. So in the standards table, you'll see that parking, loading, and circulation kicks you to 9.28 in the zoning ordinance.
That, but the bike parking is not specifically called out, right? So
right. It's in the 9.28 chapter. We could certainly add it to the standards table to add a line for bicycle parking that kicks you to that section. Sure.
Thing. One of our persistent land use lawyers raised the issue of single lots, I assume, because he's got 3 clients who have these issues, and we're talking about relaxation of standards. Does the section that you've quoted 15 times tonight, 15.c subsection 3, get to what he was asking about, which is
for the alternative compliance standards for the frontage?
Would they relate to these single lots that he's got some problems with? For the record, it was Mr. Rand who, of course, raised it.
I think it does apply to the 50-foot standard. I mean, we have also seen proposals for 50-foot buildings that have modulation in them without issues. So we were a little confused by that testimony.
Perhaps the two of you should get together and discuss that then. But I think he raises a useful point, which is how do the single lots comply and are in a position to do what we want them to do, rather than just have these single floor buildings that they can build by right. So perhaps you can talk to him and we can chat next week about that.
Certainly.
Okay. I think that covers what's necessary there.
Okay, so I think from the building standards section, we could move on to B, which is the open space requirements. I just want to confirm that there's no other feedback from commissioners about the building modulation standards, or about anything in the development standards table. Commissioner Perry.
Yeah, I just want to ask that staff look at the auto dealership question and the appropriateness of exempting them from these standards and instead apply the existing mixed-use boulevard standards provided in the zoning ordinance.
We actually have looked at this. The issue was raised almost immediately upon the release of the downtown plan. So we've had the benefit of about 3 weeks to mull it over, to check our records, and we feel confident that it is a completely separate land use type with different service needs, different clientele. We do want to maintain that the height and the FAR are the limiting factors from the DCP side, but a lot of work had gone into that urban auto format ordinance. We're seeing some decent projects come out of it, and we have no reason to hold back for the sake of the DCP on this particular property.
All right, thank you.
Does that mean you're going to accept it and imply it?
Yes, we would like the auto dealers to comply to the urban auto format.
I see. Okay, so that applies to that one urban dealer at the corner of Santa Monica, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can move on to the open space standards.
Okay, great. So just in brief, the open space standards are relatively straightforward. They kick in a 2-lot condition, and the single lots, which are the subject of some discussion tonight, are exempt. The the half of the required open space has to be either at the ground floor or at the podium level, which means on level 2 or 3, depending on the construction type. With the rest is unregulated in terms of its distribution.
Okay.
What
So-
page are we on?
Page
185.
Yes, sorry about that. I think there's nine standards that make up the open space section.
Commissioner Perry.
Now, in the zoning ordinance, we have a requirement that a certain portion of the open space be communal. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. I consider that, and I think about what we've learned about the downtown and the well-being index, that there is the sense of community is lacking, and that, to me, is a reason to actually be a little more aggressive in requiring that the portion of the open space not be provided just as balconies or private spaces, but that there be some communal component to it, common open space. Does staff have thoughts on that? Would that be an appropriate thing to add?
Well, let me just back up and just tell you why we didn't carry that forward wholesale from the zoning ordinance. The zoning ordinance has a very prescriptive dimension that it requires for that common open space. In the spirit of flexibility within the downtown plan, we wanted to provide the opportunity to design open spaces in a variety of ways. We don't think it's a bad idea to have potentially some type of requirement for some balance of that required open space to be used as common space, but I think we'd want to keep it flexible in terms of how it's designed, where it's located, and what it's oriented towards.
And can you remind us what the requirement is in the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, it's like 20.
Not the dimensions, but the percentage.
Sure, Jinx got that.
It's 100 square feet per unit for the common and 60 square feet per unit for the private. And that's actually, and that's taken from the mixed use commercial district, so the MUBs, MUBL, as probably the closest point of comparison.
And basing it off of the unit, the per unit, is that the way to go?
That was, I think that the standard in here in the DCP that bases it off of the size of the lot area is probably more proportionate instead of taking an absolute number based on a number of units. So a lot of these standards, they kind of interrelate together, and we felt that basing the open space standard on the lot area was probably more appropriate in terms of being proportionate. As the size of the lot grows, the requirement grows, instead of it being an absolute number.
Right. So then I would make the request of staff, subject to agreement, that you come back to us with a standard that makes sense, where there is a portion of the open space that needs to be for communal gathering.
Yeah, we can certainly think about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner McKinnon? How do you feel about Commissioner Perry's idea?
Yeah.
Okay, great idea, good. Commissioner Kennedy?
I agree with Commissioner Perry. I think that's a great idea. And then, can you, Peter or Jing or whoever, can you please just explain in B1 where it says 10% without a regulated location, and for lot widths greater than 150 feet, 12.5% without a regulated location. So what prevents that from ending up in a place that's really undesirable to have that happen? Or, I mean, if it's,
all right, let me put it another way. Having that percentage not be prescribed to a regulated location, what is that really helping to achieve?
I think that provides the designer with the flexibility to place open space, to distribute it throughout the building. Traditionally, balconies, rooftop gardens, but as things change, the way people live changes, that may take on a completely different form. We don't know. The safeguards, though, getting to your initial question, you guys are the safeguards. A lot of these projects, especially at this scale, 150 plus, will be coming before you, before the Architectural Review Board as well. Again, flexible with half of the required space and a little bit less flexible with the other half.
Ask a clarifying question.
Yeah, I mean, these standards are really about kind of quality of life in the building.
Absolutely.
For the users.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think a lot of us lose sight that folks that live in a vertical environment also want to have that access to private open space. We talk so much about public open space, which is totally important, but within the home, with kids, we hope having some modicum of open space that's all yours, or on the other hand that you share with your neighbors, is really important to that type of living.
So having the discretion that you described would enable a discretionary body to say, well, there's 10 there, so there's 12% there and 12% there, but combining those two would do something better, or can you consider this, or there would be the option to. You're saying that there's discretion to really say,
I think,
or are you really stuck with?
I think you can direct the applicant to provide higher quality spaces in terms of location and orientation to the sky, for example. But the plan, if adopted, would lock in half of that to the first couple of floors. So we know where we're going to get some of that, and then where else it's distributed is up to the process.
Okay, and then I circled it in number 2 where it says, unless otherwise noted, this open space may be public or private.
That's right. So unless otherwise noted, I think refers to projects that are negotiated with the city. Constitutionally, we cannot require projects unless they are DA negotiated projects to allow people onto private land. So we cannot allow public access. We cannot require public access on private property unless it's a contract between the city and the property owner, project applicant.
I got to double check my open space notes.
Okay. Anyone down here? Commissioner Fresco?
I just wanted to clarify. I understood that by saying that a percentage had to be on the ground floor or podium, that was shared private open space. Was I just making that up when I read it?
I think you interpreted it that way, but that's not how the plan is written.
Okay. Okay, because that might be the leverage, the thing to leverage as the shared percentage that Jason was talking about.
I mean, perhaps we spent a lot of time thinking about ground floor open space in these private projects. And ultimately, we came to the conclusion that as a requirement, it didn't really hold up because it might be nice to look at the menu but not being able to order off of it. Could be a very frustrating thing for the average walker by. Additionally, what it does to the street wall when that open space breaks the building up at the ground level could detract from the pedestrian experience.
Plus, we also have an instance where we have a public open space and a private open space that are separated by a 6-foot tall fence, which it sort of looks like inside there that's where the prison is. So.
Exactly,
in
right,
that condition
right.
too. So, I was very actually excited about this little section and having this flexibility that we wouldn't be required to put rows of balconies and narrow spaces that shade all the apartments. I think units that never get direct sunlight are much worse than units that don't have balconies. So, to me, providing that flexibility was really important, except that when I first read it, I was not completely aware of that. And so, after speaking with staff, I asked that maybe they write at the beginning that this section replaces the section in the zoning ordinance, since there's nothing in here that makes it clear that you couldn't be working on both of those things at the same time necessarily.
I think it's actually made very clear at the beginning of the DCP that the
Right, but
specific
then-
plan takes priority,
Well,
right?
I was talking about it with some friends of mine, and they were like, well, but you're still required to give everyone a balcony. It was like that assumption, it's again, those assumptions that people are used to. So, it won't hurt anybody. And then, of course, we'll have fewer Lego, might hurt you. But, we won't have as many Lego buildings, and that would be awesome. I have a little addendum to my POPs square footage discussion that can I share?
Hold on one second.
Okay.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi, do you have any?
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Fresco, Pops.
Well, you know, you asked me why I liked 650, and when we were doing the zoning ordinance, I did a study of restaurant sizes on Main Street, and I pulled that up this morning, and 12% of all the restaurants on Main Street are 600 square feet are under, and then the next layer starts at 800 square feet, and basically between 8 and 9 we add another 12%. So a quarter of the restaurants on Main Street would be competing in size with what's supposed to be a little kiosk to enliven a courtyard. And the math just doesn't work out for me. The idea of this structure is to enliven an open space and to have open space. And when I look at they're not that big that to put I just think it needs to be as small as it can be. And I even think 650 is bigger than it needs to be. So I really feel pretty strongly about that. So I thought I would bring you more numbers and make another pitch.
Nice.
So
I'm down with that.
there you have it. 650. That's my compromise number. I really want 600.
Well played.
Do I hear 500?
Does anyone want to talk about that?
I just want to ask, I'm trying to understand the problem. What is a larger 750 square foot structure? What does it do that you think is less than ideal?
It takes up open space. The whole idea of POPs, the core concept here is that we have these private open spaces that are sitting in front of us that we can't use because they have weird planters and whatever, and we want them to be adapted, and we want to create an incentive to adapt them so we have public open space where people can hang out and things can happen. So to say that you can let people on and we'll give you a functioning restaurant free of FAR on your property, and then there'll be enough space for people to walk up to it and eat outside. I mean, I guess it's enlivening a space, but it's not really open space anymore. It's now just the location of a new business.
Well, is it therefore really a function of how large the space is?
I guess that could be another approach.
And, when you're thinking about these ideas and you're thinking of the candidates for this kind of program, does it make sense to regulate the size based on the available space?
As a percentage?
Yeah.
Every site may have specific conditions that create difficulties in applying a uniform approach. I think the best that we can do here is to say no greater than, up to, and that number is before the commission right now. In concept, I know we have some homework to do to fine-tune the uses and to talk about the approach of engagement, the level of the FAR that we provide. We're comfortable with the numbers that we presented because they're way down from where we started. We've seen similar examples all over the country of these small little things that bring life to these dull places. So that's where we stand.
And I mean, I see a bit, even if it were a small space that is almost filled by this, whatever it is, this cafe, I mean, I see a benefit to it being there rather than not being there. So, I mean, even if it's just something you walk up to and your open space is the sidewalk, that seems like that is contributing to the community and the interest that we're trying to foster in downtown.
But that's not what the plan is telling us. The plan has those green blobs in these areas. These are potential parks, open space, and we've been hearing from a lot of people who say already that parks should be green. And here we are, we're calling these concrete triangles that we don't have access to potential parks, and then we're saying the way we're going to get access to them is we're going to put buildings on them. There's a logic thing that I just can't, it's just not tracking. It's not going, I mean, if we want to not have them dead and we want them to be used and we want to say, okay, we're going to allow development on these and we're going to let them become commercial spaces, that's something to talk about. But that's different from saying we're going to allow them to put a kiosk on their open space so that it will be activated and interesting to the public, and we're providing that kiosk as an incentive to them.
So just to clarify, the exemptions that we're talking about, the structure of the FAR, it's only for existing POPs. So it's not the ones that are the green blobs. In fact, it's the ones that are the green triangles in the plan.
But they're green. They're supposed to be.
Well, I think this is a tempest in a tea kettle. A typical food truck is like 180 square feet. Yeah. So what I'm saying is these forces will take care of themselves. People will not take over the entire open space with the restaurant. I don't think that would be good marketing. It wouldn't be good. It wouldn't be a good relationship. So what I'm saying is all we're doing is establishing an upper limit to where you can get free FAR. We're not saying that that's the size it should be in any particular existing green space.
In this book is the size it should be. I mean, we didn't say that buildings could be 240 feet tall because we know that nobody's going to approve anything over 84 feet. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
No, the 84 feet is just like the 650 square feet. It's just the maximum bound. But
you're saying that this, well, anyway.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this is exactly the type of situation where we really don't want the market forces to just, hey, it's going to happen. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. This is kind of like, this is like the parklet, but for POPs. We're going to put one in. We're going to see if anybody gets run over, and then we're going to say it's okay to go, and then we're going to try it someplace else. I think that this is kind of, how many times have you, I don't know how many times any of you have, but if you've ever been to one of these like more rural cities where you're driving or walking or jogging or biking along and all of a sudden you see this like 35-foot coffee kiosk and you're like, that's the cutest thing ever, and you want to move in and hang out and have coffee there for an hour, or you just want to drive up and get your coffee. It's that same kind of feeling. And so I completely and thoroughly concur with what Commissioner Fresco is saying. If it gets bigger, it's a store. You can't call it anything else. Like if it gets any bigger than 650, it's a store. It's, you might as well have a store. The whole point is to kind of attract people to this place and then get some street furniture in there. And in fact, with these pops, instead of saying, you know, we're going to give you 1,000 bazillion square feet of FAR to like monetize every square inch of your pops, it should be you get this small little thing and then put some street furniture and make it exciting so that people, when they see that little tiny coffee kiosk or whatever it is, they go, that's adorable and I want to be here. And that's what's going to make people feel like, oh, this downtown open space is for me. Not they monetized every square inch of that pops.
Okay, and you think we need to go to 650 in order to make that happen?
I'm like the smaller the better. Okay. Do I hear 500?
I hear a mix of opinions.
Noted.
Okay, so I think we're done with what was on our agenda for the
Actually,
evening?
we need to circle back to the common open space question.
Yeah.
I have input from Commissioner Perry and Commissioner McKinnon.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I caught anything from.
What is the question?
Oh, should we explore some type of requirement for there to be common open space in these mixed-use projects we're talking about? Right now, the open space is sort of flexible in terms of how it's allocated and to whom. But at the suggestion of Commissioner Perry, we may model this something after what the zoning ordinance has, but with more flexibility in terms of a requirement for a courtyard or something like that.
Like it would be a percentage,
Yeah,
right?
exactly,
No,
percentage.
no more than, I mean, no
Right,
less than
right.
X percent of this
Percentage
percent.
base, which is what we do in this plan.
I mean, I think from a policy standpoint, right, and the point, the relationship to the well-being objectives, I think that's a great idea, and it's hard to imagine that they wouldn't be putting in common space into these expensive apartment buildings.
Ditto.
Okay, there's dittos down here.
Okay, ditto. Got it. Great. I think that wraps it up.
Okay, so our next meeting is back at the council chambers.
That's correct.
On Wednesday, the 17th, starting at 6 o'clock. We'll be covering the rest of the development standards section, which is basically the questions related to community benefits and the process. Is that what?
Project requirements and the review process.
And the review
Right.
process, okay. And then we have another meeting on the 18th, also in the council chambers, starting at 6. And we'll be covering
That is
mobility.
mobility, infrastructure, the EIR, and I believe I heard a call for design guidelines, unless there is no interest in doing
Okay, well, that seems like a bit much, but,
Okay.
but the goal, let's go for it.
Yep.
What else was I going to say? And on Wednesday, we'll have HRNA with us.
Yes.
Who did the economic analysis, and
On the 18th, you'll have AMEC, who is the EIR consultant.
Okay. Commissioner Perry, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had one item that didn't fit neatly within the discussion materials, and it's a general concept. It could have come up yesterday, but you know, the fact that the DCP, that the draft really talks about creating an inclusive neighborhood, an inclusive community, is I think very important to the vision. As I see it, because of the conditions, the existing conditions, we need to, within the document, specifically call out the importance of policies that will attract families, both to visit and to live in the downtown area. So within the purpose statements, I would ask that staff look to refine the language, add to the language, so that family conditions and adjusting the character of the downtown so that it becomes more family friendly is an important goal, and that theme gets kind of worked throughout the document. And I wanted to make sure to get it out now, because that may take a little bit of time to get the language where we want it and in the places that we want it.
Commissioner Kennedy, you have
I'd
some
like to-
follow-up?
Yeah, I'd like to make a related comment. I have a few suggestions for the purposes, but one of the main ones that I had was that I was hoping in bullet number 1, where it says ensure new development and
Wait. Where are you?
I'm
Bullet number
sorry.
1.
Thanks. Page 165, which is the purpose, and then the first one is about. Actually, go back. It's page 165. The purpose. It's not even the first bullet. It's the like intro. I think it would be really important to say at the end something like, and I'll let staff.
You're looking at the last version. 165 is no.
Oh, what?
Funny. Okay.
No. I'm in the right book.
Yep. Okay.
Anyway, I just kind of want to build on what Commissioner Parry just said, and hope that staff can come back
Let's be
and
clear,
maybe add.
165 in Chapter 4 as opposed to 165 in Chapter 3.
Oh, right. Sorry. That's pretty funny. I didn't even know that was there. I'd like to see it make some kind of a statement along the same lines of what Commissioner Parry just said, that goes something like dining and entertainment destination and support its and support the residential community and families in downtown, or something to that effect. Because there is little or no mention of residential in this purpose section. And there are already people living there, lots of families living there, and so it's definitely just an oversight, but we need to correct it.
So can I clarify, just rather than giving staff specific language, in addition to an emphasis on families, you're looking for a better highlight of the residential?
Well, I heard Commissioner Parry's comment about families, which I completely support, and it jogged my memory that I wanted to ask staff, and the language that I came up with was saying something like support the residential community. I tried to look for something broad, but something to that effect in the intro.
It does talk about housing.
You're right. Yes, I know. I just thought that the intro
Up
needed
above.
a nod to the
Up
residential
above, the
community.
main center.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is that, if I may ask, is that intro, is that supposed to be a bullet item and the bullet's missing? Or is it supposed to be like the governing headline, the big idea that these other bullets are fitting within? Okay. Yeah. Wonderful.
Chair. A couple of points.
Commissioner, I didn't just hear that. Commissioner McKinnon.
Two things about going forward. So you're helpfully providing us a list of questions. Is it possible to get both of the sets of questions for next week as early as possible? I mean, Monday. What about Saturday afternoon late?
That is so mean.
So you guys are taking tomorrow off as usual? Or is that your rostered day off?
Good.
Well, Monday then. Okay, and then the second is, as you've been going through the last 2 days, you've now got a list of things that we've asked you to look at or have changed. Are you maintaining a running list of those that we can get a hold of and see what's on our list that hasn't been done?
Yes, we committed to having that to you, the list of changes. We've had a lot of letters that have come in as well, so we want to make sure we get those in front of you in terms of things that have triggered kind of like changes to language, and we'll have that for you at your next meeting. So we have time to pull that all together. So at the 17th, you'll get your discussion from the last 2 days, what the commission, the sense of the commission, what you agreed on, the changes that were triggered.
And is this night the night that we talk about the big sites?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. And those changes will be delivered to us on the 17th.
They will be
so we
delivered
won't
to you on the 17th.
Okay. I guess to that end as well, Commissioner McKinnon, that, like, just everyone remember that if other ideas come up to you that you want staff to consider, right, I still think there's a benefit to trying to discuss things with staff directly so that the ideas can be brought to the meeting. Commissioner Fresca.
Yesterday, I think it was Chair Anderson asked you guys to look at the Santa Monica Conservancy's recommendations and comment back, and you commented back on those things. Is that something that's just pending, or
No,
was that
at the beginning of
presentation?
the meeting, yeah, that was the response.
Okay, but those were actually my suggestions. The
Okay.
Santa Monica Conservancy came in a letter, and it had all the little language changes and things, and I think that was what you asked.
I thought it was the comment on the
Oh.
incentives, because there were
Okay.
two sets. There was the comments on the DCP, which by and large were fine, and then there was the comments on the technical incentives, or just the incentives in general.
Oh, okay.
So that was
So
our
the
response,
comments
which I
on the
believe were the.
DCP were fine. Is that what I thought that they hadn't been decided. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
That's why we missed the
in staff's review of them anyways, that we thought that they were helpful, and we just had gone through.
Okay.
And
So I don't have to worry about that. I can check it out.
No.
Okay, good.
Commissioner Kennedy, final comment.
If I do ask staff some questions, I'll be sure to do my best to reiterate them for the public, so that when we have our meeting, everyone can hear the train of thought that maybe went into something I had a question about or proposed. But there is one quick thing that since we did open to the purpose and I looked, that I wanted to kind of bring up in public that I figured might as well do now while we're still all sitting here. The fourth bullet has this phrase in it, and I went back and I looked, and it's actually in the previous version too, that it didn't really hit me until I just re-looked at it. That says maintain and enhance the beach area as an important visitor serving destination with lodging. And I sat eating breakfast. After a meeting, I looked at it like 3 or 4 different times, and I really thought about it before bringing it to you, but I really don't feel like that phrase is appropriate in this section.
We've already deleted it. That has no place here.
Good night. See you next week.
Done.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out.
No.